set, go, and there ain't no stopping. Only one option, light it up. Heart is pounding out my chest, the blood boils inside of me. Looking at the walls around me, closing in, I think, what's it gonna be? Never had a choice, never let the ops win. Calm them nerves, got the whole world watching. Ready, set, go, and there ain't no stopping. Got one option, light it up. Everything burns! Light it up, let's go! Light it up, let's go! Everything burns! Light it up, let's go! Light it up, let's go! I'm on fire, burning brighter than anyone alive. I'm way too hot to touch, so just remember if you try. Everything burns! Everything burns! Bones are shaking out my skin, I got tingling in my hands. Moving like a lightning strike, I'm on tonight, so just catch me if you can. Never had a choice, never let the ops win. Calm them nerves, got the whole world watching. Ready, set, go, and there ain't no stopping. Got one option, light it up. Everything burns! Light it up, let's go! Light it up, let's go! Everything burns! Light it up, let's go! Light it up, let's go! I'm on fire, burning brighter than anyone alive. I'm way too hot to touch, so just remember if you try. Everything burns! Whole house packed, not here to make friends. Do or die moment, I love it this tense. Who am I taking out, thinking you're next? You're next. Everything Everything burns! Light it up, let's go! Light it up, let's go! Everything burns! Light it up, let's go! Light it up, let's go! I'm on fire, burning brighter than anyone alive. I'm way too hot to touch, so just remember if you try. Everything burns! Everything burns! Heart is pounding out my chest, the blood boils inside of me. Looking at the walls around me, closing in, I think, what's it gonna be? Never had a choice, never let the ops win. Calm them nerves, got the whole world watching. Ready, set, go, and there ain't no stopping. Got one option, light it up. Everything burns! Light it up, let's go! Light it up, let's go! Everything burns! Light it up, let's go! Light it up, let's go! I'm on fire, burning brighter than anyone alive. I'm way too hot to touch, so just remember if you try. Everything burns! Everything burns! Bones are shaking out my skin, I got tingling in my hands. Moving like a lightning strike, I'm on tonight, so just catch me if you can. Never had a choice, never let the ops win. Calm them nerves, got the whole world watching. Ready, set, go, and there ain't no stopping. Got one option, light it up. Everything burns! Light it up, let's go! Light it up, let's go! Everything burns! Light it up, let's go! Light it up, let's go! I'm on fire, burning brighter than anyone alive. I'm way too hot to touch, so just remember if you try. Everything
As slowly but steadily December comes ever closer, so too do we begin to say goodbye to Solution 9 and Dawn Drill. One more month before patch 7.5 comes out. But that's all for next month. For now, we have some more Mega Man to play. There we go, there's the right music. Very good evening. It is currently the Monday the 30th of March 2026. It is 20 minutes past 7 p.m. over here. Very good morning, afternoon or evening, depending on where you happen to be on the planet at this particular point in time. Also, hi Sol, how are you doing this fine morning for you? Was no stream yesterday because the clocks went forward. And somebody's like that more than others. Mine doesn't. So I spent all night being essentially a zombie. So that was fun. But no, we're gonna go ahead and continue on a bit more. Mega Man Star Force last time around. We had to stop somewhat early due to stuff that I had to do on Sunday, which I did. So that was all great. I'm gonna go ahead and continue on for today. I have put it in Blue Sky as 4 hours, but for all we know, I might just decide to go until 3, 4 a.m. I don't know. I have everything ready so that if I should have... so that if I do need food, then I can just get some food after stream. Which also helps with my weight, so that's helpful. I mean, it's not amazing yet. My body always takes like a week to get used to it. It's the same the other way around, it's like. But yeah. I will also say real fast, tomorrow's stream will also be late again. I got a bunch of appointments tomorrow. So that's the kind of thing that happens when you are trying to find a job. But no, yeah, last time around we went ahead and we finished up essentially chapters 3 and 3.5 of Star Force 1 for all intents and purposes. I'm actually kind of happy that I'm going through this slowly because it turns out there are a couple of bugs being discovered in the later games. Hopefully they will be fixed by the time that we get to that in a few weeks. Then a couple of other very quick administrative announcements, because as per usual we are kind of waiting on the first ad break timer to start. Let me take a quick look at the actual date here. This is real fast, this is purely for next month, because there is a possibility that we won't be done with Star Force before the end of April. In which case, the standard rule applies. If by April 28th we are not done with Star Force, then Mega Man is gonna take a slight nap for a day or so while the Warrior of Light comes out to play for patch 7.5. That is the basic rule, as it always is on this channel. But just real fast, on the April the 28th, should we not be done with the Legacy Collection, then we will be temporarily moving away from Netopia into Eorzea. That is reasonably simple, and as per usual, a reminder for those in the Discord that with that the spoiler rule moves a patch as well. Anyway, enough talky on my end, because I just want to kind of get into it. I couldn't play it yesterday because I'm obviously streaming the entire journey, and I'm like, seeing everyone play the game and I can't do anything. It hurts. It hurts so badly. There we go. And that is also the hyperactiveness kind of cutting out, hopefully. We'll see. Maybe I'll be more hyperactive. Anyway, we ended last stream right as we got to the Star Trials. But first, oh, cool. Also, hi, this is my voice. I hope you like it, because it's the voice that I'm unfortunately stuck with until I learn how to do the Queen's English permanently, which not happening. Thank you very much. One of the things that I do really love is the autosave feature. Kind of talked about it 2 days ago. Actually kind of talked about it 3 days ago as well, when we were discussing the speedrun possibilities of the game. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this party started. Then the queens would, oh dear, seems you haven't gotten the memo yet. But no, yeah. For those of you who don't know yet, the entire idea is to get all the achievements. Which, hang on, reminds me is a good moment to remind everyone of what the achievements are that we currently have. Yes, I did save, just in case. Oh, oops, that's the wrong button. I do so love accidentally pressing the wrong button. For those of you who want to know how far we are, we have... yep, we are both... I am going to be picking Dragon, Ninja, and Black Ace, because those are the 3 games that I first played. But it is my plan on stream to fully fill this thing up. And currently we have 2. We have All You Got, which is like 6th card on the custom screen. And obviously we have beaten the first boss. And I will say a lot of these will be later. It's actually a user bonus card, so I might do that real fast. But yeah, the entire idea is that we are going to be playing right up to the point where we have beaten all of the achievements. Speaking of which, since it is part of the achievement list and I might as well be able to get rid of it real fast. Stop. Thank you. You know what, might as well, like, on some level, yeah, we might as well go out, like, it's not as if we are doing a purist run here. Sure, why not, let's pick this cyber. Thank you. Sticky rain free. We can just pick all of the... In theory, I could just pick all of these, but I kind of want to wait with that until the post game. This is purely to see, and I need to remember how to get the... It is kind of sort of like trying to remember how to get certain things. Thank you.
EM wave change, Geostellar, on the air.
I will admit, I've never really played around with bonus cards. So, for those of you who don't know, we never actually got the 3rd game in Europe. I mean, I obviously played it a lot. I mean, I speedran the first game, the 1st game at some point.
No time for slack.
Have some of this. Go.
There we go.
We showed them who's number 1.
But yeah, so it's still weird how we finally have access to... Also, I mean, if we can go ahead, then you might as well grab Sticky Rain. Just for the sake of it, like, I just kind of picked it at random, but there we go. Let's see here, right sword, long sword, I want to keep those. I'm gonna keep the recover barrier, to be honest, I'm not really using that much. But yeah, as I said, I wanted to say something, I don't remember. Doesn't matter, if I can't remember it, then probably wasn't before. Oh, absolutely, like, Japan often forgets that we exist.
Did you really think you could beat us?
Anyway, I was doing something. Oh yeah, I was checking where we need to go. Is there anything here? There's one here. There's one here. So we might want to grab these 2, log out, then take the quick road. Then there's a 3rd one here. There's a 4th one here, and the 5th one is right there. Okay. Little break from the mayor. Essentially,
Time to let loose.
I mean, I said this before 2 days ago, where I feel like this is the part of the game that feels the least... I don't know, it feels the most forced. Like with all the other chapters on some level, it is a feeling that... Oh, oops, that's the wrong... Thank you. I want to talk to you. I'll take the poison knuckle, because we're gonna need all the cards. But yeah, this is the part that, in my opinion, feels the most forced.
You better prepare
Because the
yourself.
game otherwise never really goes into prophecy territory. Like, none of the games really do. So it's like it never quite becomes part of the house style of Star Wars to have moments where it's like, oh yeah, you are destined to lose. Like, not
You're
really.
no match for us.
It just happens to be in the right place at the right time, to some extent. Thank you very much for Starlight. So that's like the one thing I'm a bit less of a fan of is, but it's like it's half a chapter. It's like one moment in the game, and apart from that, like the game is
All right.
genuinely doing really well. Yeah, they're cute, aren't they? There we go. Thank you.
You're done for.
Here I go.
That's the wrong button.
I hope I can get
It's
even
also
stronger.
fun to just kind of explore these games more seriously. Because I'm so used to just kind of running through the main story that it's amazing how many options the game gives you to become stronger. If you just decide to start exploring around.
I'm counting on you, Mega.
Like the weapon that I have for Megas is quite literally just looking around, just being curious. Which makes complete sense for a game like this.
I'm feeling good.
Okay, let's see if things. No, wrong button. Oh, absolutely. What is also very exciting is an ad break. So we will be waiting for a moment. In the meantime, casually looking up the news. Let's see here. Steve McQueen is getting something interesting. Let's see. Oh, the Erasmus. Oh, cool. I mean, I also use AdBreak, but you can also get rid of the ads by subscribing if so desired. Help me with my eternal tracksuit addiction. But no, this is the other thing is like this is for on YouTube. There's no ads happening at the moment. Whereas on Twitch, ads are happening, so I'm currently dealing with two different audiences. Although the ad breaks are always very simple in the rules, and I'll explain why, what they are in a hot moment. Oh, dear Lord, hi, dude. Thank you very much for that. Anyway, yeah, welcome back, everyone. The rules for the ad breaks are simple. Every 30 minutes from now on, there will be a quick ad break on Twitch, so that everyone gets them at the same time. The most annoying part of Twitch is when you just open up, go to a new streamer, and see 15 ads at the same time. Like, just no. And it gives nice little moments of peace and
I'm
calm.
counting on you, Mega.
Go.
Take this.
We can might as well do berries double up. Berries do not double up. Okay. Oh, absolutely. Like I said, one of the things that I hate as a just personally watching Twitch the most is that you're like having a cool moment and then you alone are getting ads. It's like, oh yeah, great, amazing.
We aced that.
So having them unified allows everyone to just enjoy them. And I also know there are like streamers that kind of use the ad break to show like the most important bits. And I'm like, nah, you know, like just don't. You know, the best part is when people are all watching excitedly.
You won't be getting out of this.
Take this.
You're done for.
And everyone is just vibing at the same
Show 'em
time.
who's number one.
It's just always fun. Right, let's go ahead and get started on number 4.
Mega, let's go all out. Go! Got you!
Seriously. I'm also always curious what people think of my of my PNG.
Got you!
Like, not necessarily because I mean, on some level I'm interested. Back to, oh, thank you. Whoop, nah. Not quite where I meant it to go.
Okay!
Ah, so close as well. There
I
we
hope
go.
I can get even stronger.
Exactly, exactly. It was I always find it a fun fact. This was originally designed for when I was streaming the Battle Network games,
Here we go!
and just by sheer accident, it just looked really cool. So I've been keeping it. There we go. They are very cool. Yes.
Underestimating me.
You can... nice, that's an S rank. Be likey. Yeah, you can find who made all the different kinds of emotes in the About page. Some of them don't do emotes anymore, but it's always just like a very nice shout out.
You won't be getting
It's like it's such a great feeling when you have... Ooh, cool. Can shoot. Okay. I'm starting to remember the sort of things.
Take this! Okay!
Oh, oh. But thank you so much for thinking that they are cool emotes. That's really appreciated. Oh, you're on the... Okay.
You're no match for us.
I know, right? I mean, they are by far from the coolest character, so... Like, I really should... I do need to get more emotes, to be honest. Hi, Nanagal! How are we doing tonight? Hope you're having a good time so far. Hope you're having a good evening. It's also like, for me, I will say that this chapter always feels like the move into the second quarter or the second third of the game. Doing alright. Oh, I mean, I'm not certain if good or bad things happen, but I hope you're doing, you know, I hope things are going better. Oh lord, it is based after a single picture I saw from Lenny Curry. I'll show you the picture at some point.
You're no
But like
match
I
for
essentially
us.
went like, oh yeah, these pants look like a tracksuit, and like 2 weeks later, someone had made it, and I'm like, yeah, man, I'm happy with it. It was quite literally me looking at some of Lenny Curry's shorts, and I'm like, you could turn that into a tracksuit, and 2 weeks later the PNG was made. I really should have. Like, it's just that I don't have the money for it, but I really should have done like a rogue PNG for this Legacy collection. But the person that I would ask is already dealing with some other stuff, so I'm not gonna force it. But I might still at some point.
Let's do this!
For whenever I either do the speed run or the 1 hour run of Star Wars 3. Oh, I'd forgotten.
Take this.
I know that I will say though, like this is genuinely
Take this.
a good way to teach the player about. Like this fight in particular is a good way to teach the player about fights where
Take this.
where sort of like everything moves around. Just waiting for your payment info. That's fair. In my case, I have someone that I trust that has done a lot of artwork for me, so I trust them. It's given. Oh, cool.
Goodbye.
So I can definitely understand the feeling Nanako, and it's what kind of stopped me for a long time as well. But in this case, it's a good friend of mine. So, you know, like I really dislike just asking random artists. Paying cash. Yeah, that's a bit difficult if the person in question lives in Brazil, but...
Take this.
There we go.
We blasted them into stardust.
So it's a bit difficult when we live on the other side of the oceans, but... you know. Also, if you're wondering why I'm often not saying anything about the fights themselves, unlike with Battle Network, it always felt like Star Wars is more reactive in its fighting. So during the fight, I'm much more focused on just sort of like reacting, and it's a bit like by the time that I explain what I'm doing, like the fight will have already moved into a different phase mostly. But during longer fights, I will absolutely do more explaining of what it is that I'm actually doing. But often it's like, okay, I need to get rid of an enemy, and then it's a quick look at the cards that I have and make a plan in my head. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Yeah, like, I mean, like I said, sometimes it's also just like I happen to be in lots of communities with artists, so it's a lot easier to vet as well. It's deep. Yeah. But... I mean, I wish I could help you there, dude. Like, I mean, I can tell you who made my stuff, but, you know, obviously, just because I say that you can trust them doesn't necessarily mean that you would believe that, so... You know, like, each person needs to decide it for themselves, so I'm not gonna just randomly throw you to someone. All I will say is that, like, I'm sure that it could be someone that... Yeah, never mind. I don't know, I'm trailed off there at the end. I'm also just really curious. Something that I haven't quite fully understood yet is how the online component works for this game. Since the shitpost get richer. That is very true. that is very, very true. In my case, also, like, the reason I'm doing PNG tubing is I used to have my camera, but I always felt so deeply self-conscious whenever it was on. I'm like, you know, I'm happier like this. Like, if people, I don't know, one day make art of my PNG avatar and are like... and are like, you know, like if they, it also just helps if people ever want to make art that they're like, okay, there's a pretty clear character that they can draw from. Yeah, Gio is essentially being told that he doesn't quite have the will yet for the full powers that they could be giving. That's fair. Like, I'm not going to pry. Like, I do know there are people that say like that don't give a stream a chance if they see that someone is doing PNG tubing. But, you know, are those the kind of people that you would want in your stream in that case? You know, like at that point I'm like, you know, if you can't get yourself over that single barrier, then you're probably not the right person for the stream. Yeah, like like I said, like Americ's is talking about the three stages, is it never quite becomes the house style of Star Force to deal with prophecies. Like ancient civilizations, yes, but like the sort of the sort of like more prophetic undertones just kind of taper out. Even within Star Force 1. Like, I always like the fact that it's more built on sort of like, not necessarily hard sci-fi, but more so realistic sci-fi, I guess. Yeah, like, I'm genuinely not sure how it works, because, by the, you know, like, trying to find a Star Wars fan in my country is like trying to find snow in the Sahara Desert. And B, by the time I did find people, the asset already stopped its online functionalities. So... in that regard... did I check you before? I'm not sure. Might check that later. But yeah, like, it's like, stuff like the brother stuff. It's like, oh yeah, I don't have any brothers. Like, I don't know how to add brothers to my list. I'm sure it's explained at some point. Also, for those curious, yes, all variations. We will have a different variation of Rogue or Rogue Noise, depending on the game we're playing. So the icon will always be a variation. Simply because I can. Because as we all know, Burai is the best boy. And I will not take any Burai slander. Not on this channel. Let me see here. Oh, you can actually see like how they try to model paint dripping out from... that's actually a neat little detail that I didn't notice before. Like they're sort of like made it so that the paint looks like it's still dripping as it's drying. Oh dear, yeah, that is... Yeah, like I said over here, like trying to find a Star Wars fan was trying to find snow in the Sahara Desert. It's, you know, good luck. Ah, hang on. We can do the side quest.
Wave change, Geostellar, on the air.
We have found the person that we need to commit to commit identity fraud on, technically. Yeah, man, I know. There we go, Hello, Mr. Wind. Oh wait, hang on. Do I first need to talk to him? I take offense to this lady. I take offense to the idea that 30 years old. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on to the school saga. I mean, we go snow hunting in the second game, Sol. Like, don't worry about that. I will say, at the end of the second stream, I realized that, oh dear lord, in order to get all the achievements, I need to, like, 100% all 3 games. It's like, oh god, what have I done? What have I started? Like, getting all small Mega and Giga cards will be Oh boy. At the same time, in order to unlock the post-game of all 3 games, you do still need to do that, so... You know. In that regard, it's not that different from just saying, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna finish the games with the post-game, but it's still, like... I've set myself a challenge. But there's nothing wrong with setting yourself a solid challenge. Oh, it will. Oh, yeah, I know, right? It will absolutely be worth it. But yeah, if anyone on Steam has the game and wants to be brothers with me, you can do so. What I also like, though, and I had forgotten about this, because I did look up one achievement, because I'm like, hang on, there is like a piece that they're talking about that I don't remember being in the first game. Normally, in order to get, and then when I saw it, I remembered, and normally in order to get through one of the post-game gates for, in order to get to the post-game bosses, you need to get rid of all of your brothers. Unless you find a very specific kind of metal. Unless you find a very specific item. Which is really cool, so that people like don't actually have to give up their brothers, and is a surprisingly solid solid lead into the second game, where the idea of impermanence or the impermanence of bonds is gonna be a much bigger topic. So it's accidentally foreshadowing one of the more overt themes of the second game, which is neat. When that sort of like accidentally happens. Although, as for how you are meant to find it without a guide, I don't know. I also like the fact that, once again, the fact that, you know, like, they could have very easily made it so that, okay, first chapter Geo is depressed, second chapter Geo is going to school. But the fact that there's like a natural progression in this is what I really like about these games. Because you can sort of see the links, right? In order for Geo to go to school, he needed the motivation to start changing. In order to get the motivation to start changing, he needed to form a bond with someone that had similar problems to him, or at the very least that could interact with him on a level beyond just, hey, I'm part of your class, go be friends. Which is where Sonia comes in, and from there you can sort of see the little linkages that connect the different chapters together to make it so that Geo slowly on his own comes to the conclusion. Which feels very, and it is one of the things that Star Wars has been praised for, which is that it's a reasonably realistic depiction of depression. Speaking as someone with depression, with chronic depression, like, it feels very real that sort of in order to get to these bigger steps, you need to take lots of small steps, so that by the time that you start looking back, you start to realize how far you've already walked before making the big step, which makes the big step seem that much smaller. So it's one of those things where, like, and it's one of the reasons that people like Star Wars is the fact that it's so realistic in its depiction. I mean, even the second game, I've seen people complain about the fact the second game isn't that you can skip the second game. I disagree, and I talked about it on Blue Sky a few months ago. Which is that the second game, we're going to be talking about more about it as we play it. Okay. That if you go from the first game to the third game, you essentially go from a Geo that is barely starting to accept to get out of his shell to a Geo that is fundamentally completely confident. Which feels wrong. Like, you need that second game where he's going through these ups and downs and where he's regressing on some level at times. is important in linking the first and the third game, because you don't just go then from a Geo that's starting to come out of a shell into a Geo that's fully confident. You go from Geo coming out of a shell into slowly becoming more confident over the course of the second game into the Geo that we know in the third game. Like I said, that has to do with that theme of impermanence, of the impermanence of bonds that is gonna play a role in the second game. Oh, whoops, that is the wrong class. Yeah, when I talked about the 1 hour run, what I don't mean is that I'm like playing through the entire game in 1 hour, but what I mean is that I normally on every year on my birthday, I do a 1 hour run in the sense that I try to see how far I can get in 1 hour in Star Force 3. And often with zero preparation beforehand, like how much do I still remember after having not played the games for however long I've not played them. Like the actual speedrun is somewhere down in my Twitch channel in the links. But that's sort of what I like to do, is I like to go through the third game and then be like, okay, how far can I get in 1 hour? Which I think is always just cool. Like, it's not quite a speedrun, but it's definitely the kind of thing where there is definitely like there's still some challenge involved. I mean, to be honest, with the way that the speedrun is laid out for Star Force 3, you often kind of get to around Club Strong. But it's like, it's genuinely just kind of, I find it fun because it's the kind of thing that still adds some excitement to it without a full run, which the full run is up on Twitch somewhere in the video section. Yeah, it's just a tiny little thing I like to do for my birthday. Also, just want to point out, Luna here is lying through her teeth and everyone is eating it. Like, she is selling some bull and everyone is buying. There we go. That should have gotten all the adrenaline out of my system. Probably hasn't, but we shall see. I do find it sad that Pat never really makes an appearance after the in the third game. Interesting style. I mean, that is actually a cool little way of teaching. There we go. He just spent an entire 90 minutes. If only I had teachers that did that. Yes, please do say hi. Also, now that we can look inside the classes. mean, maybe. To be fair, I kind of like that idea because you do find him in what's up in the post game for Star Wars 2. Can't be friends. Youth. Studyway is going to introduce it at our school soon. And once again, Star Force is more relevant now than it was when it first released. Oh, yep, that's indeed a soccer ball. Do we have... let's see here. Yep, okay, there's a blue wave. There's a blue one. I'm also kind of looking in the hope for golds, for golden ones, because that's gotta be the most difficult achievement. Don't worry about that, buddy. Don't worry about what the Reformation is. It's the kind of thing where a church breaks in half, but let's not worry about that. But it could be a different kind of Reformation. I believe I did talk to everyone. The Luna folder. Alright. I don't think I've ever used the Luna folder, to be honest. We also have, from the looks of the ads, between now and 1 minute. There we go. Good lord. Right as whoa, Twitch. Your warnings, they will be the death of me one day. They will be the death of me one day. We're just gonna go ahead and casually wait for 90 seconds. Alright, in the meantime, I might as well show something to... hang on, let me see if I can find the picture that I was talking about earlier. Let me see here. Oh yeah, god lord, I still have the mood board from like ages ago. I have 40 seconds to find it. Will I be able to in the massive folder that is purely dedicated to Mega Man pictures? I probably won't, but I shall give it my earnest effort. Oh wait, hang on, I'm an idiot. I have quite literally one moment, I'm an idiot. Let's see here. No, I'm an idiot because I literally send it. Also, welcome back everyone. Give me 1 moment. I quite literally send it to someone. So I can just go through the olden pictures that I have sent. There you go, found it. So, this is Peter for Soul here, but like, and I just sent a picture to Discord. Like, I looked at the pants and I was like, yeah, you could turn that into a tracksuit. And then it was. But yeah, indeed, it does draw closer and closer to that society, which is interesting because so many of the ideas of Star Force were so out there in 2007 and 2008. It's like, it's not that out there, which once again makes sense, right? Like, write what you know, and creative people tend to, you know, on some level see... They on some level tend to see these kinds of things clearer than others. Not always, but when they do get it right, they often, like, bullseye. Let's go ahead and sneak into other classes. It's locked. Ah. Yes, sneaky indeed. Oh, good sir. Apologies, teacher. I forget which class I was in. Oh no. How horrible. Let's not go in there. I will say, the weird thing, like, as a child, actually, surprisingly, this felt the most futuristic. Sort of like this little scrolling board. And it's really interesting, by the time I started university, I was like, oh yeah, I guess we now have a scrolling board. Like, okay, yeah, like, it had become so normalized by that point. Still cool, though. Like, it was like a board with lots of information, like where you could find stuff, a little map of the faculty I was in. That kind of stuff. But it's still cool to see that starting to happen. The fun fact is, we had a sort of like a different kind of scrolling board. Hang on, okay. I'm gonna need to give I'm going to need to give a visual aid here. One moment. One moment. We need to have a bit of a visual aid here. Because we used to have something else. So what we used to have is, because we were talking boards, this is, what, hang on, okay, yeah. Image a new tab, thank you. So this is actually what used to be in our train stations. And this was such a cool thing as well, like, because we were talking about the scrolling board, like, this is the kind of scrolling board that we used to have in, with our train stations, and it is such a great little, like, the sound of it is just so satisfying. But it's a certain level of, like, there's a certain generation that I'm a part of that still remembers these, and I miss them. Like, I miss them so much. Because you were talking about scrolling boards, and I'm like, yep, that right there is the OG scrolling board. I mean, hey, if you can, I mean, you can try. Oh. Well, thank you, anonymous person, for the gift sub to Soul Dream Sentinel. So Soul, please enjoy your emotes to be used on other channels as well. Also, haven't seen a scene in a while. Shows how often gift subs are given out. Also, please enjoy your badge, which is, as you probably might have guessed, I think you'll like. And to the anonymous user, enjoy your Mega Man badge. So yeah, something tells me you will enjoy the subscription badges that we have on the channel. At an anonymous gifter. Someone has just been put in the spotlight way more than they planned to. First emote. I genuinely don't know either, because it's not any of mine, I can tell you that much. Oh, it's because it's Burn Crows. That explains it. I don't know why it was the first emote either, but thank you, Burn Crows emote. But yeah, let's go. Yes, Luna, we have many problems with your glorious script. I mean, you're technically a bunch of light waves the moment you turn into Mega Man, so don't count your hair, chicken silly hatch and all that. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important part. The part so important that it forced Geo back into school. The important part. The part that can best be described as most important of all. Truly a part important most is... There we go. He's been tricked. That gets screenshotted. I mean, Geo, really, without... I mean, I can see it. I see the director's vision here. That third tree just brings the whole scene together. I'm so sorry. No, I always loved it. I love this moment. I just... But yeah, Geo, like... What we are seeing here is the vision of an all-4. Clearly the third tree is relevant to the story, for it shall be the tree that brings the whole story together. Let me see, we could do some... No, let's not go home. You know what, let's go ahead and get ourselves some waves. Exactly. What we are seeing here, if you know, we just cannot fully understand it. Simply because we do not have the theatrical genius that we're seeing here. Like, Luna's name will be in the same vein as Stanley Kubrick, and this will be the play that proves it. The addition of the tree will prove it. Oh, that's the wrong way.
No time for slacking, kid. Goodbye. Come back.
There we go.
You can put up a fight.
So let's do some exploring. They have a side quest. Here's elementary student council, and quite frankly, I'm having a problem with habitually tardy students. Please tell me that Geo is the tardy person. Alright, let's take a quick look-see. Where do you lead? Oh, you're leading to... Ah, okay, we gotta just use that. Okay. Okay, go down there. There is one right here. And then we will just take a look at all the different schools. Different classes. You know, like, it's good to have downtime. And to take a look everywhere. Exactly, we should all be looking out for ourselves and the fact that the game does not allow me to do more than one side quest at a time. Why is it now? Fake camera, you say?
Show him what you've got, Geo.
Here I go. Take this.
But yeah, even something as simple as like fighting Cancer Bubble when you can in Chapter 3.
Never let your guard
Just opens up a surprisingly powerful Mega card at a stage in the game where it's relatively useful to have. Oh, wait, hang on. First things first. Okay, can't do that. Need to... I see where I need to be. Alright. Yep, there's a blue wave. I mean, we're gonna need to get 50k zennies anyway. in order to get the Geiger card. Which, once again, one of the interesting thing about Star Force is if you really want to, you can just grind for the Geiger card in the beginning of the game. You know, like nothing stops you from just getting 50k zennies. Oh god, yes. The thing here is, in order to get one of the achievements, we need to do 50 side quests. Which I don't think there are 50 in the game, but... like, combined, we might as well start doing them. Oh, yes, that's a plus gun. Yes, please. Thank you. Anything else here? Nope. Also, yes, please enjoy the jam. There's one here, and that's it. Well, to be honest, for the side quest, I might need to grab myself a guide to see where they all are. Okay, let's close it out. Let's not, in fact... let's, in fact, play this smart. Like, the thing with, especially with Star Force 2 and 3 onward, it's a lot easier to see when somebody needs... when somebody actually needs help. Like, that's relatively easy to notice. But with Star Force 1, there is no indication of which people have a side quest for you. Which is on some level reminiscent of Battle Network 1, but there weren't really side quests there so much as like, oh, there's a person that needs help, and now you've helped them, congratulations. But it's one of those little quirks.
Have some of this. Here I go.
Actually reminds me, one of the things we also need is to get, I believe, all panels changed.
How's this?
There we go.
You're no match for us.
So I'm not sure how I'm gonna be doing that. Thank you very much for the power up. And there is still classroom B. Very nice.
Here they come.
Here I go.
And let me see. Yep, that will be... haha! It is. I do love it when you have a card combination that just works.
Got you.
Like it is so nice when you have like a card combination and you're like, you see the cards and you can just see in your mind's eye exactly how it's gonna go. Like that's the moment where the game really does feel like, but it just feels good, to be honest. Let me see if we go down here. Yeah, oh wait, hang on. Now I remember. This is okay. Never mind. Now I remember. That's by the teachers' lounges. We will go there during the main story at some point. I was like, what's that room down there? Oh, right. Oh, it is. It's one of the things that I like about Star Force. Is like, Battle Network has its advantage. It's definitely, like I've said before, that Battle Network definitely has its advantages in regards to its system. But I just kind of like Star Force more, to be honest. Like there's the reactionary. Christ, good morning, the reactionary. But the way that it's more focused on reaction speed, definitely. Okay, that's barrier 100, which we're gonna need anyway. Recover 120, green bust, strike edge. Hang on. That is actually... I want to use that. Because we do have barrier. Like, there's nothing wrong with the Battle Network system. But I've said before, like, I'm incapable of thinking in 2 dimensions when fighting.
Let's do this. Have some of this.
Goodbye.
Since we need to destroy 50 or 30 of these as well. And that's the thing, right? Right? Like, if you know beforehand what the achievements are, you can slowly start working on them.
Never let your guard down.
Thank you. Really, I'm bad at cleaning. Yeah, my brain works better with Star Wars as well. It's like, it's not... Oh, oops. There's nothing wrong with Big Battle Network.
Close in.
And I know there are a lot of people that like Battle Network more. Okay, anything else? No. But like, you know, it's sort of the same. I want to say it's with mathematics, but that's not quite the right example.
Show them what you've got, Geo.
And would be a weird example as well. But I might as well say it. I might as well make the argument. Like, sort of the same with mathematics, where often what I've noticed is that people that are good at statistics, like me,
Deleted them into next week.
are absolutely horrid with algebra and vice versa. Like, it's a different way of thinking that isn't always... that doesn't always work out. There we go, we have hit the 400 barrier on our HP. Very nice. So once again, like, you know, a little bit of exploration. Also, I need to make sure that this is all back in order as it should be. There we go. Because I do need to check, and do need to be able to see... oh dear. Oh, you know what? I've just seen what you sent me. God, now I want a I mean, I've talked about wanting to sort of like turn Rogue's outfit into a tracksuit for a long time. Now I kind of want to turn Geo's Mega Man's outfit into one as well. Hey man, what can I say? Everyone has their special hobbies. Also, to be honest, like, I'm currently wearing a tracksuit while streaming, which I always am, so... Don't worry, I have more hobbies than that. Like, don't worry, I have many more hobbies, as you might have seen in the introduction channel on my Discord. Like, I'm currently, as an example, and this is a bit more adult, but, you know, like, you're in a stream of political scientists, you know, it comes with the territory. But I'm currently, as an example of what else I'm doing in life, reading The World of Yesterday, Memoirs of a European by Stefan Zweig, which is a really interesting little book into the mindset of interwar Europe. It's a really fascinating little memoirs. So don't worry, I do more than what might be seen from the stream. But yeah, since we're talking, we've also already talked before about sort of like different levels of loneliness. And one of the most common ones, and ones that I think people will connect with a lot, is this one, which is through overwork and the expectations put on you from your workplace and from the need to find a career. So as far as like as an adult, this is by far like personally, like the Harp Note chapter is the most personal for me. But if we're talking about the most relatable, I definitely think that this chapter and these worries are by far sort of like the most adult. There's also just a surprisingly common discussion, not just in Japan, but in a lot of schools. It's like, how much do you need to prepare for the world versus just basic knowledge, sort of like general knowledge that is considered to be required by everyone. Exactly. And they're also not merely for children. You know, this is definitely a game where as an adult you definitely can find something where it kind of goes over a child's head, but as an adult you're looking at it like, oh yeah, hang on, that's, you know, it's closer to home, and vice versa. I think that marks actually, I think that's the mark of a good game, sort of like designed for children. Instead of this, like that, the same way that a good children's show isn't purely talking down to children, but is also something that's fun to watch for the adult. Like there was a children's cartoon in the 90s, which I was reminded of yesterday, that was actually just like that in my country. Oh yeah, absolutely. From I've said this before. I think not sure if I talked to you specifically about it, but I got an unhealthy. I had for the longest time an unhealthy fixation with Solo specifically, simply because his story sort of like just hits so close to home that I sort of started projecting on it real hard. Nowadays, the obsession is healthier. But that is by far, out of everyone, that was the one that I sort of... Oh, he almost became my comfort character, which is a really horrible thing to say, but... Nowadays, the obsession is, you know, it's still an obsession, but it's no longer unhealthy. And I think part of the things about adulthood is also being able to acknowledge those things. You know, like, there is no shame in having that during difficult times of your life, but I think it is also strength of character to be able to look back on it, admit it, and trying to work your way towards decoupling the toxicity from it. Like, there's nothing wrong as an adult with having your own obsessions, but being able to recognize when an obsession has become toxic and trying to, especially with like an with a character, and then being able to decouple that toxicity is the mark of someone that is genuinely growing up. Like, that to me is more adult than something like being able to drink or smoke weed or whatever. It's being able to recognize when your inner child desperately needs to let go and be let out, and just allowing yourself those days, versus always needing to be always needing to be an adult. Like, I've seen so many people around me at university as well that started off like bright-eyed, and over the course of those 6 years that I was there, just slowly morphed into a person that could only ever be an adult, where that switch could no longer be flipped off. And you miss out on so much in life if you can't do that. Like, you miss out on so much if you are unable to sometimes just be silly and to let your child out, and to just have a day where you're eating ice cream, watching The Good Place all day, or The Hotel Inspector for the entire weekend, and then regret it the day after. Or, I've sometimes sat on a swing and just went like, yeah, why wouldn't an adult be able to just sit on a swing and just kind of think? I mean, that's what these streams often turn into. I believe I did warn you. Like, the streams over here can go from just, like, funny observations into more serious talk, and that's one of the things I like about it. You know, like, and Swing is obviously just an example, but it's like, why not? Like, as for the politics stuff, I do leave that as much as possible into its own separate space. But apart from that, like, yeah, you know, like, why wouldn't we be able to talk about these kinds of things? I'm also on some level a bit annoyed that my specific constellation didn't get an enemy, but you know, I'll take what I can get. Oh, thank you. It's appreciated. I hope you also enjoy these ads that are happening in 10 seconds. I've been told that they will test you on your knowledge of them afterwards. Do so, enjoy. There we go. Which it is. I will quickly do Google Translate real fast because my English is not good enough for that. Give me one moment. I'm an Aquarius. There we go. Oh, how cute. Thank you for sending me all these things on Discord. It is definitely brightening. It's definitely brightening my ad breaks. Yeah, it gives me also just gives me a nice moment to just calm down for a moment. And yeah, if you do want the Mega Man badge on Twitch, all you need to do is subscribe or do a gift sub on a channel that is streaming the Legacy Collection. It's not the best badge ever. I will say that much immediately. It's not exactly great, but you know, it's there. I mean, that is, as you mentioned, it's my personal opinion. Like, but it's fun that Switch even has like the option for that. So don't worry too much about it. Like, if you want to, you want to, but don't ever feel forced to. Like, it's the same way with when people try to give me money. I'm like, only subscribe if you can afford the money. Like, the streams are free. They will always be free. Unless, like, something really important happens to the future of the stream, no streams are subscriber only. Like, I only ever done one of them, and that was for such a radical shift in the channel, direction of the channel. One moment. One moment. Yay, flu season. As I was saying, yeah, I've only ever done like one subscriber only stream, but that was because the direction of the channel was going to change so drastically that I wanted to let the people that pay me know, like, this is where the direction is going, and if you disagree with it, then this is your moment to let it all lapse. But apart from that, like, everything is always gonna be free. Like, as far as I'm concerned. Still, though, you get to use the emotes on other channels, which is definitely a positive. At least in my opinion it is. I mean, kinda need to have some pride in my own emotes. Yeah, there's also a nice little subplot about idealism versus realism going on. There we go, and the gift's up to Freya Clasher. Thank you very much, Soul. Enjoy your badge. And thank you for paying forward the gift sub. Yeah, you can find the badge over in your options. And like I said, don't ever feel forced to spend money on the channel. Everything will always be free as far as I'm aware. Or as far as I'm concerned. There we go. Indeed, let's go back to school. I'm sure it will be just as fun as it was yesterday. I am sure nothing bad will happen whatsoever. The ghost that goes only after lonely people. Ooh, they are starting to have rumors about them. His name is Lei. Exactly. Look, it's my duty as a senior member of the student council to give him a son I'm talking to. Go towards the gym. Would you go? Sure. Oh, that's where you need it for. Ah, damn it. Fine, we'll do the side quest after killing the evil monster of evil. Fine. Kind of reminds me, Legacy sometimes reminds me of Mona, whenever Mona goes like, oh yeah, don't forget to go to sleep. Yes, the evil monster of much evil. Also, like the one, if we're talking about realism, the study wave is the one thing that is by far the most unrealistic so far, and would also never be allowed into any place ever, because the amount of privacy concerns would be immense. Like, this is the kind of stuff that gets you put in court. Oh no, someone made the mistake of talking in class. I used to be that guy. It's also obviously a kind of a veiled criticism of the Japanese system in particular. I mean, to be fair, Geo has broken so many laws at this point. I can only assume that, like, Boreal knows that it's just constantly, like, I can just imagine after every chapter, Boreal is just going into a law office and they look at him like, did he? Yep. Here's the list of crimes this time around. Enjoy. Don't forget, I continue to pay you guys for this. And that's ignoring the amount of crimes that Geo commits in Star Wars 2, including multiple times illegally entering a country. Which, you know. Let's not begin talking about that particular chestnut. But then again, Geo is also like below 12, which in my country means that the parents are responsible. So I'm just going to assume that that's true here as well. I don't know Japanese, but I'm under the assumption that this line in particular is English in the official Japanese dub. Or in the official Japanese version, that would be Luna learning English or French or whatever. I also like to imagine that he has little rollerblades underneath that. Like, I just like to imagine that that underneath that underneath the character is just like a bunch of those little IKEA little wheels that you have underneath some chairs as well. Oh god, now that I have said this, now I'm imagining that, like, you know, there's this awkward moment off screen where, like, he looks at that, where he goes to the stairs and goes like, oh, yeah, I can't, yeah, we have a problem here. Also, the first sign something is wrong. If only there had been stairs between here and the studio. I also want to point out that this is the third time that some form of brainwashing is happening in a school in the Battle Network or Star Wars series. Like, I'm not saying anything with that statement, I'm just mentioning the weirdness of the fact that it happens three times. Also, the fact that he's doing this on every student in not just his own class, that feels like multiple violations waiting to happen. Yes, please. 15 cents. They were. I don't. Where did oh no, nickel is 5, right? Yeah. God. Yeah. No. Yeah. Nickel is 5. But yeah. Like I don't know. Like I mean,
Wave change.
I like
On the air.
hypnosis and brainwashing, but even I'm like, you know, once makes sense, twice is getting weird, 3 times someone is not saying something they should be saying and should probably see someone for it. That's all I'm saying. Like 3 times is a pattern. Also, hi, buddy. Missed ya. I mean, you know, no. It definitely feels like there's something not being said out loud that that we might not have the cultural context for. Oh dear, oh dear. Although now I'm imagining like Rogue doing it, and I'm like, okay, I would be okay with that. But ignoring that particular fantasy for a moment, we're actually seeing another important character moment for Gio. Like the first time, because obviously this was the first time that he lost for all intents and purposes. So like having to get over this barrier of you know, having to redo something is genuinely some nice character growth. So it's like it's a genuinely nice little character moment. I mean, to be fair, like given the fact that they could already use waves to, you know, to hypnotize people in Battle Network, like Studio Wave feels like almost like a sanitized version of that, given the state that the students are in. Which is one of the reasons that I said like that would be forbidden so fast. Also, maybe this is a controversial opinion, but I like Echo Ridge more than I like AC/DC Town. And I think it's because Echo Ridge feels more grounded. You know, like it feels like it's much more of just a normal neighborhood compared to where Lan was living. Like, there's nothing wrong with AC/DC Town, but it's like, the moment that you move into main characters from the start being friends with someone that has a mansion, to be honest, I think that both Sarion and Ninja are brainwashed in the manga. Like, I think that's the entire point. It's like, I think part of the point that was being made in the manga was the fact that because they could be turned, that kind of led to the downfall of them in the first place. Xaver still has some surprisingly interesting-ish things to say about civilizational downfall. Which obviously you're looking way more... Obviously I'm deliberately looking way more into what either games are trying to say. But, you know, I'm a scientist. It's my job to look... It's my job to see that the curtains are blue and then determine from there that the writer has a million different things that he really wanted to say. So, yeah, you know. I really need to read the tribe manga again. I did have it on my hard drive at some point, but... I mean, he had definitely dialogue, but based on the fact that they were fighting in the first place, definitely implies that he either deliberately switched sides or was forced to. Like, brainwashing is more than, and this is once again an interesting thing, like, it's more than just sort of what we normally consider, which is technological. It can also be forcing, it is essentially for all intents and purposes forcing a worldview change. In a way that isn't necessarily a two-way street. So it could definitely be argued that he didn't have... that he was sort of forced into believing that. You know, like cults are a version of that in our real world, where they make you believe all these things that you under normal circumstances would never even entertain as normal ideas. And to be honest, at the same time, like Saurian, the fact that Saurian is based on dinosaurs definitely is also an argument. That, you know, he just didn't talk because dinosaurs didn't really talk. Unless I missed that particular part of my archaeology classes. There we go. That right there is a screenshot. What I will say though, I kind of like the idea that they were brainwashed because it makes Rogue sitting on his throne that much more terrifying. In that case, it isn't sheer cockiness, but like the fact that he knows he has the power in question. Except like it becomes less cockiness in that case, which... But yeah, Geo has finally accepted the role that the universe has given for him. Yeah, we increase... And this is a feature of like picking the same road that would be standardized in Star Wars 2 and 3. Leaves down 3 columns in the shape of a spear. Called booty shot. And the Star Wars Big Bang. But yeah, once again, still think we were just kind of chatting, but it's a really nice moment of character growth for Geo. Where he's not only finally willing to redo something, which will become very important obviously once again in the second game, but also just like this until now. In sort of like these what's it called again, the monomyth, we have been essentially ignoring the call to action to some extent. Like the call to action has been forced upon us. And this is the first time that Geo actively decides to heed the call of the call of action and decides to be a hero. But it did take him 4 chapters to get to this point, which once again is another link. I mean, I read the English translated version, so I don't quite know which version you read.
Bring it on!
There we go. Japanese. Yeah, I mean, I'm learning, but only barely. Like I've only barely begun to work on hiragana.
Goodbye!
How's this?
You're done for.
And to be fair, like ich spreche Englisch, Deutsch und Niederländisch. So Eine vierte or fünfte language is, you know. Might look into that at some point. If you could, like, just sort of Discord the name to me, I can take a look at it after stream. Oh, that would be very nice. Currently, I'm just learning through books because I do feel that learning the old-fashioned way definitely helps me better. But you know, whatever resources. Like Japanese is weird in learning in that normally when you learn something like Spanish or Portuguese or German or maybe French, it's like assumed that you're doing it in a more classical setting. Like I've been learning. I had like a full 2-month course on basic Spanish. But Japanese is sort of assumed that you learn on your own. But yeah, if anyone has, like I said, if anyone has, oh no, never mind, you use Dragon, right? So I mean, you know, still want her to be brothers, but like I was never able to use that particular feature. Okay, got unlocker. Thank you. I do think the game gives you all 3 satellites purely from like in-game.
Show him what you've got, Geo. You're done.
Got you.
Yes, keep singing, buddy. Thank you.
Wasn't even a contest.
That's plasma. Yes. Let's see here. Okay, there we go there. Oh, but hang on. No gold, no gold. So I need to go down there, and then I need to grab. Gotcha. That's yes. The other reason that you know that you're in the second part of the game is because you're starting to get the upgrades. Speaking of which, you're almost a third of the way with the small cards.
Pulls in.
Anyway, welcome to. I hope you remember basic stuff. Basic stuff about primary school. Oh, this is such a useful feature. Anyway, going down here. That leads to down there, so then we take a left. Yeah, you would be surprised at how often I miss stuff. Dr. Kawashima's brain training, this is.
Here they come.
How's this? We aced that.
How is that an 8? That was a double delete as quickly as could. That's unfair.
Star Force, Dragon.
Thank you.
You ready, Mega?
But yeah, I like to overanalyze basic things, so.
How's this?
Goodbye.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
How's this? How's this?
Thank
All
you.
according to plan.
How much do we actually have in Zenny's Vase? Okay, not much. Heat, yes. That's Heat Ball 2, which we do have Heat Ball 1. Thank you. Okay. That leads back up top. Then we need to pass that. Okay. Yeah, there are so many quality of life improvements on in the collection. It's slightly insane. But let's see, if I remember correctly, up next we have Snake Lady after this. Like, surprisingly, we only have, I think, 3 more chapters after this.
Come on, I was just getting started.
If I remember my chapters correctly. Oh, I can absolutely see that. Like, I'm trying to just kind of play it in the spirit of the OG game. Which is why I'm not using cybercodes yet. But yeah, I'm trying to kind of keep it in the spirit of, because in theory you could just destroy these games. But where's the fun in that, you know?
Star Force, Dragon.
Anyway, ads! Do enjoy them. I will do this fight during the ad break real fast.
I'm feeling good.
Thank you. Ooh, Cloud Shell. I know! Amazing, right? In the meantime, let me take a quick look and see what is happening next. Oh, that is cool. Yeah, I'm currently using Japanese for busy people. In the meantime, let's have a look what's going on in the news. Let's see. I'm deliberately not saying anything because this is the kind of game where not everyone wants to see that. Ah, one of the... Okay, interesting. Cody's kind of looking at... what isn't happening in the news. Hang on, I forgot to VIP someone. I'm only now noticing that. Mahaha, you can't hide from me forever, Kelt. I saw you lurking. Oh, that's nice. Me likey. I mean, I always like to say, it's actually a joke that during the Second World War, when our Prime Minister met Churchill, he started the conversation with "Good day, Mr. Churchill," because that's the literal translation of Goedemorgen, of Goedendag. And Churchill just went ahead and said, "Well, this is the shortest conversation I've ever been a part of."
Come back when you can put up a fight.
Because obviously "good day" means goodbye. Which is always a fun little moment to remember that translating, and it's also a sign that you shouldn't always let... You know, I want to say you shouldn't always let AI translate, but that's a given. But it's more so like, it's one of those quirky little things of neighboring languages. Okay, so... Take that route. You know, I'm not certain if the Battle Network Legacy Collection has this feature, but I so wish it has. Anyway. Like, if it has, I don't think I ever found it. Gatling 2, thank you. Because the dungeons in Battle Network are so much easier if you can just see where you're going. That is the Pascal Pyramid. I'm sorry, what? Ah yeah, first question, how much is 4 plus 4? The first question here. Have this 5 number minus this 3 number, good luck. I feel like the school might be slightly overcompensating in its difficulty. Okay, so just... Oh, yeah, there we go, we can... Yeah, I always use the basic rule of taking a look at the last number, which I believe is what they try to teach you with these. Like the way I was taught to... Also, holy hell, Burn Crow! Thank you so very much for the raid. How was your stream? Exactly. Also, hey everyone, let me go ahead and give you a shout out. How was your Star Force stream? Thank you very much. Hi everyone, I'm Tribe. I'm also streaming the game right up until I get every single achievement on air. So we're gonna be here for quite a few streams. Exactly, everyone's heard about the bird, buddy. How have you been doing? How was your day? Because I know that you were home late. Like, you must have had a long day. But... there we go. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, I'm Tribe. I am a massive Mega Man Star Force nerd, to the extent that just about my channel is built around it. So you get to see lots of Star Force in the coming weeks. Got this one. Oh, thank you. It's appreciated. Exactly. There we go. But yeah, pretty neat. Good to hear. Like, did you purely do the Swan, or did you? Oh, thank you. Hope you have fun as well, dude. Yeah, you only did Sickness. Oh, best part is still to happen. Yeah, have a good night, Crow. Enjoy your dinner, which I assume you haven't had yet. But yeah. There we go. It's also at some point you kind of learn to just sort of like memorize what the answers for these questions are. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, I actually kind of helped out with Burn Crow's video on a few months ago on Mighty Number 9. So you might recognize my voice from there.
Let's go all out.
You're done.
Oh.
Got you.
So if you're here for the first time, you're like, hang on, I've heard this voice before. Could be from there.
All right, that was great.
And there we go. They are almost done with. Moving on to the final school comp. Yes. Okay, good. It's not until I believe the second to last chapter that we're moving into 4 per comp. Okay, let's have a look here. So that moves over there. Nicely leads back. Starts. Okay, yeah, this will be more linear compared to the others. Wait, last round of questions. Uncle Bob's cats love fish. The cat's the main subject. Which one doesn't belong? Toast, because it doesn't have a screen. These were questions actually require me to like look for a moment. Especially when it's like, oh yeah, what's the subject of the sentence? You have 5 seconds. I'm like, I need 5 seconds to read the sentence. Cloud shot, thank you. Let me see here, and then from there we go up here. Do we? Yes, we do. Okay, 800. So how much do we currently have? Well, getting there.
I'm ready to fight. Okay.
Goodbye.
Yeah, barrier 100 is very useful when just kind of dealing with early game enemies.
Never
Because, you know, you might as well just never get hurt in that case. You can just kind of stand. Anyway, I believe it's once again 3 on this one, which will give you 20. What is something you can eat? Corn dog. I used to be absolutely horrible with text-based problems in with mathematics. Took me a long time to get used to them.
Oh-ha! Bring it on!
take this. I'm feeling good.
See, this is sort of like what I said before about like having a card that just makes it all line up so nicely. I mean, nowadays word problems are my specialty, or at least like statistics and chance is my main domain in mathematics. If I, you know, assuming that there is such a thing as a main domain, and like just about every single one of them are word problems. So I kind of go, you know, I'm happy I in the end got good at them. And it's actually surprisingly, it's surprisingly useful to get good at them, because they knowing how to shift subjects around. Superfood, that's fair, but it's like knowing how to figure out the main topic of a text is pretty much vital in just about everything you do in life. Okay, so we need to go around. Gotcha.
Bring it on!
Go. Got you.
We blasted them into
Hey,
stardust.
Axel! It's been a little while. I'm doing Dragon for Star Wars 1. I'm gonna be doing Ninja for Star Wars 2 and Black Ace for Star Wars 3. Go, got a subject. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Axel. Dragon, I think it might be because the DX version kind of throws puns Leo at you. So that might be why. It's like I believe the DX version starts with Dragon, so a lot of people that might have played the DX version go with Dragon as a result. In my case, it was the only one that was available I could find in my country. Never owned the original cartridge, but I do remember getting very close, and Dragon was the only one that was available. Oh, the Pegasus version. Well, shows how much I remember of that game. That's on me. Anyway, let's deal with an enemy that is relatively unique in the Star Wars series. I don't think the kind of mechanic is used again. Where they actually have 2 different elements, and depending on which one is active, they have different strengths and weaknesses. Playing on Steam. Well, guess what I'm playing on as well? I'll give you a hint. It's Steam. I will get these, Christ, good morning. Yeah, the Switch version at some point. but I need to wait until after I get money again sometime this week. And to be honest, I'll just be playing all versions at some point. You know, one way or another, but for my first one I want to get nostalgic. Because New Dragon. Yeah, I don't know what it is with Dragon that it's so popular. Like I said, in my case it's simple. This is the version I played first. And it's the only version I could find in my country. Anyway, as we can see here, based on the color, that is his main element. So, for example, now that it is... now that it's fire... that might be the reason in that case, because a lot of people obviously get their games from GameStop in America, or used to at least. Just gonna... oh, whoops. It's all about seeing. Yeah, precisely. Obviously, it isn't quite as true anymore nowadays.
Star Force, Dragon.
I need to be a bit more careful now, but. At the very least, we will be doing double purely due to... there we go.
Never
Indeed. Also, I do know that you can change noises after the base game in Star Wars 3, but we are still going to grind because obviously you fight the final boss as Rogue. Obviously, like, there is no question about it. I wouldn't be able to call myself a super fan if I didn't, of course. But that's all for in a few weeks' time. I actually do have on my YouTube channel, surprisingly, a video of just me kind of grinding, because it was originally meant as a little teaser for the Star Force streams, but they never went up on YouTube, unfortunately. But I just spent a few hours grinding on stream. Which was fun. More of a casual, laid-back kind of vibe. Yeah, I don't know what it is with... oh, most of my bros are Pegasus or Leo. Cool. Well, you've picked good in that case. I did know, though, that... I do know that Star Force was sold out. Over the last... well, in my list. Oh, I really should... yeah, I really should at some point talk to Mega Rock, simply because we obviously are both streamers and we both like Mega Man, but I've never really found... I don't know, something about trying to connect with other streamers always just kinda freaks me out. Like in the case of Bone Crow, it's more so like we just kinda started watching each other naturally. It's like... it always feels weird as a streamer to be talking to another streamer, because there's always sort of like a back of mind, you're like, oh yeah, I kind of need to network, which, yeah. But to get back to the story, since we did since we did bring equilibrium back into the balance over here. That's a Final Fantasy 14 joke to some extent. Yeah. It's really nice that the children are having this moment where, like, they are helping Shepard remind him of why he's doing this. Because it feels like a very natural extension of it all. Where, like, Shepard obviously has done so much for these children that they can now give some of that back to him. Which just... It's just really nice, and a really nice way of showing that, like, you know, if you give something, then you can also get it back when you need it. It's a nice little lesson. It's also a great way to showcase that sometimes the answer is not the ones that are presented to you, but a third answer. Not always. But like we often get lost. It's sort of human psychology. Or psychology, where like if you're presented with a couple of options, you'll often only think within the lines of the options you're given. And teaching the lesson that sometimes the answer is not one that you've been given can be a good lesson. Not always, though. On an exam, always make sure you pick the right answer, but in life we are often told that, like, hey, you need to do this or that, and sometimes the answer is neither. But once again, it's like that human psychology really only started coming out coming out after the game came out, so it's once again one of those things where the game sort of like retroactively becomes more interesting as a result. And it's often used as well in marketing a lot. But like I said, overanalyzing the kinds of things is like that's just who I am. And it's how I often just kind of game when I'm gaming myself as well. It's like I often use what I see as a jumping off point for other things. Like I play a lot of grand strategy games, and often seeing something in that game makes me go like, oh, I'm kind of curious about this, and then I fall into a Wikipedia rabbit hole. And that's also one of the things that you should never stop learning, is you just always something new to find. I mean, that's part of the fun, right? There's actually, Stephen Fry on QI said it best during one of his first episodes of the show, which is everything is quite interesting. You just need to find the right angle to make it interesting. You know, you just need to find the right angle for it. You know, it's that level of wonder and discovery that you have as a child. Like, never let that fade. Like, never let that wonder and amazement at the world fade. Like, if you see something, you're like, oh wow, I wonder what that is. Look it up. Be it in a book, be it online. You know, Wikipedia is a good first source often. And I'm saying that as an academic. Exactly. And it's even more true for my own studies, where you can't really do what I do without bumping into economics or history or sociology or psychology. So, you know, like I often joke that my studies are the glue or the cement that hold the wall of social sciences together. Or at least we are kind of the cement in that no matter what you do in my studies, you always hit some other field of study. One moment. This goes on my Blue Sky page. There we go. There we go, indeed. Exactly. I was actually having a discussion with, I think I was actually having a discussion with Silent about this particular scene. About whether or not Geo actually transforms into Mega Man. I'm even explaining this to you because he asked for clarification on the line. The thing is, she's like, well, why would you say that? Because obviously, as an actor, you kind of need to know what the context is. You know, is there a certain emotion that you want to portray with the sentence, or is it just another normal sentence? So knowing that she thought she heard it, you know, obviously helps with acting. Also, I do very much believe that Geo transformed into Mega Man in this part. Oh yes. Oh, I would love if that was at some point in Star Wars 4 as in the same way that Bad Box Art Mega Man is like in some games. The other reason I think that this is really Mega Man is because Zack accidentally fumbles with the light. Like, hang on, I was actually having this conversation with Silent. One moment. Was it actually with Silent that I had that conversation? I think it was. A second. There we go. I somehow feel that she does not want to be reminded of him. There's actually a thing that, if we are talking about sort of like ambiguous lines, I'm not certain if I ever... It feels like almost a Mandela effect that I'm having with one moment in Star Wars 2. And there we go. Power outage, yes. It's more so that like there is like a part when they meet Rogue for the first time where there is an... I'm not certain if I sort of like Mandela'd myself into seeing it, but I thought there was a line or two about... I need to remember this correctly here. I thought there was like a line or two about looking at Rogue made Geo feel the way that Rogue wanted him to feel. Like, if we were talking earlier about brainwashing and stuff like that, and hypnosis, like, that's sort of what it reminded me of, but I might have Mandela'd myself into seeing that sentence. Like, I'm not sure if it really exists, or if I, like I said, I could have very easily Mandela'd myself into believing that it exists. But by the time we get to Star Wars 2, we will see. Because for the longest time, I genuinely believe that that sort of like the implication of that line exists, but yeah, exactly. But we shall see. I do think if that is the case, that would actually add a cool little wrinkle to the entire proceedings that is never quite followed up on. But if it does exist, I'm kind of hoping that they do move into it more in Star Wars 4, given the post-game of Star Wars 3. Sort of like how that all ends. Like almost imagining Rogue assuming that the ability exists, using that power in order to make it to sort of like maybe turn humanity more towards his own image and Geo having to stop it. Obviously, the original design for Star Wars 4 was Geo as an outlaw on the run. And I feel like you could really combine those two ideas in that case. Once again, this is all assuming that the line actually exists and I haven't imagined it. Ooh. But it's like, given the fact that we know that the script for Star Wars 4 kind of had Geo on the run with a descendant from Len. You know, I kind of like the idea of combining my idea with that. You know, sort of humanity moving closer to Rogue's ideology. You know, since, you know, older Geo, darker story. But we have an ad break, so I can yap a bit more about it, because people on Twitch can't see it. Like, it's sort of like I'm just trying to connect the two ideas in my head. About sort of like the idea I literally just came up with and what we know. But it would be an interesting idea, right? Like, obviously, from what we've seen of the artwork, Geo was meant to be a lot older, which implies a more mature story. So I kind of like this idea of a darker story, especially because you don't really need to invent new ideas. You can just sort of, because the problem with Mu and Rogue especially is that it feels as if there is so much more potential to the entire idea than is ever really dealt with. Obviously, because they're kids games, you know, like if you really dig into the abilities that Rogue has, it becomes less fun action hero and more something closer to horror, almost cosmic in nature. So I would kind of like to see that for potential Star Wars 4. I don't know if people are allowed to clip that. I might actually clip that. Hang on. We are 22. Let's make that 220. I might clip this part. Anyway, welcome back everyone. But yeah, as I was yapping about, like, the idea of combining that possible ability with sort of like with that darker tone would really work out, in my opinion. You know, sort of like have... It would also fit the current societal state of the planet, to be perfectly honest. Like, if we're gonna go down that route, you can do some interesting commentary on just the state of the planet at the moment. So, like, you know, if we are going darker, then we might as well, you know, make it 12 years and up. I know Capcom won't do it, but, like, I'm allowed to dream. Luna, you don't need to use your full title. Yeah, that's... I think that is indeed one of the main plot points, actually, of Star Wars 2, in regards to, like, the main villain's abilities. which also causes a lot of the ways that you need to travel in Star Wars 2 compared to Star Wars 1. Like in a normal kids game, this would be the end of the story. We would be seeing a little, and then Gio went to school, and everything was great forever. But alas, that's not how it works. Well, let's have a look at the mail. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now we have a best combo. Able to create a combo of 3 or more cards which cause more than 300 points of damage during one turn of a battle with an EX or SP. The combo will become a best combo. Good combo of cards. Oh, cool. Person who can change the best combo in battle cards, I've heard. Oh, that's cool. That's neat. I've never actually gotten a best combo, but anyway. Please tell me I can finally.
EM wave change.
Yes, we can.
Geostellar. On the air.
Good, we can. It is indeed not a normal game. What is also not normal is how this little boy over here managed to get to where he is. Remind me, where do I need to... Yeah. I mean, I think that would be a genuinely cool idea of like a potential Star Wars 4 if we
Show 'em what you've got,
combine
Gio.
all the ideas together.
Go.
Like, just casually spitballing the idea here where like, you could combine all of these ideas, you know, Gio being an outlaw just simply requires him to go against society in some way.
I hope I can get even stronger.
Then you have my idea of society being more closer to what Mu wants, and you can make it so that the reason for that is in order to make them accept, you know, their own sacrifice for the return of Mu to some extent. Like, I could definitely see all 3 ideas working together. Whoa, little boy!
EM wave change. Geostellar. On the air.
Whoa, boyo, there's no need to say to someone that you will never find a husband. How old are you? That is, where did you get that particular potty mouth from? Like, someone sure got a potty mouth for a 6-year-old.
Let's make this quick.
You're done for.
Will this count, or will it be considered? Okay, no, it does count.
Come on, I was just getting started.
I know. How horrible. But yeah, we're gonna quickly go ahead and do the 2 side quests here. There you are. They will never find a husband. Why are you children playing with that? Or why are you children thinking about those things? Invisible. Like, children should not be thinking about these things. Anyway, is he still up top? He is not.
EM wave change. Geostellar. On the air.
I still distinctly remember when I was their age, I was more worried about which Pokemon cards were the best ones. And which starter was the best. The answer is Squirtle. The answer will always be Squirtle. I mean, the answer is Charmander, to be honest, but you know, I like to be contrarian at times. Although when it comes towards the third generation, there's no contest, it's Mudkip. That's fair. I will say the third generation has the most difficult question of which starter is the best, because they're all fun. They're all cute, fun and cute in their own way. Where is the picture? Because assuming that it is available to us. Yeah, I am old. You know how old I am by the fact that I'm talking about Pokemon cards. And flippos. There we go, now I've officially aged myself and the majority of you have been able to cringe. Oh, nice. Coming to school business as well, but I don't wanna. Best 1000 countdown. I'm sorry, the best 1000? How long did that show last? Wait a while, we've only come to. Oh no! I've only got like detention once at school, but that was mostly because this first year of high school was in the school that. Well, let's just say that if you were to break the rules, they didn't care until the police was called. Then they did care. Fun times. Oh, cool. That's cool. I actually have I have a bookstore in an old church that sells a lot of manga. So it feels like the city is going on is starting to become a real city. But I've been grabbing all of my I've been starting to get a small manga collection going from going there every once in a while. Like, I'm currently trying to get Alice in Borderland and Haikyuu, but the next triple set of 3-in-1 for that one isn't coming out until the end of April. And obviously I'm not gonna, you know, like I wanna get everything kind of uniform. Yeah, it's nice. It's also, because it's relatively uncommon in my country to have stores that sell manga, unless you're from outside of the bigger cities. So on the website, it's not actually called manga, it's called Eastern Asian Comics. Which is, like, something about that is just so delightful in trying to make sure that people aren't scared away from manga by just calling them East Asian Comics. It's just, like, there's something delightful about that. You know, imagining an older person trying to find something for grandma trying to find something for their child. Exactly. You know, and being like, oh yeah, I would, you know, because manga obviously scares them off, but an East Asian comic, well, I mean, you know, their grandchild loves comics. Also, let me quickly, in the meantime, get a snack going. So do pardon me for the crunching sounds. Like, you know, I just the sheer fact that they're trying to be sensitive It's just really nice. There we go. Yeah, I think we are like in chapter, the second to last chapter already. Third to last chapter, my bad. Although the real game begins after we're done with the basic story, then there will be a few streams of getting everything as needed. But we, you know, like I don't know how long I will go for. Like normally the streams are about 4 hours, but I mean, you know, like this is my favorite series of all time. We're probably gonna go over. Oh no! It's the copper! It's the copper! Oi mate, got a license for that one? Got a license to be in the school? Got your name? Yes, no, I am John. I'm not Geo. Who is Geo? I am John. I'm Mr. John Doe. I just happen to look a lot like him. And I was on Z-Waves. Oh no, how horrible. It says it was drenched in the Z-Waves. Oh. Yes, exactly. We are a victim, Mr. Copper. You should treat me like one. Must know something. No. You would think that the fact that aliens are discovered would be a bigger shock, but maybe we're just not seeing the part of humanity that is screaming around in anger and priests desperately trying to rewrite scriptures to account for aliens. But, you know, maybe that's all happening off screen. That's... Thank you. There we go, that's the reaction. Exactly. Yes, I mean, it's this funny practical joke. See, there we go, good cop. I mean, good copper. More than before. Oh no! Also, fun fact, they are going to be turning this into a space room in the third game. The most unrealistic part about the school is the teachers all going home at the same time as the students. Like, even outside of Japan, most teachers don't leave until like 5 to 7 p.m., depending on if they need to do something. I would expect to be friends if we keep on saying things like that. It's only half as funny, I don't have any friends. Oh, but we do have a friend, we have a full brother. With father. I take offense to the idea we look pitiful. Also, I very much want to point out here, now that we're done with chapter 4, that you can see how Geo is now using his smile smile headshot, which is the other way that you just sort of moved into the back half of the game. It's like this is finally the moment where Geo is starting to open up to the outside world in an honest way. So it's not it's a very small change, like the headshot is a bit lighter, there's a smile on his face. Like he has his head down a bit more, like you can see more of his face. It takes up more of the shot itself, but it still adds to the idea that there's progression happening. It's a small touch, but it's nice. Also, Luna, once again a reminder, you're the one that's forcing this onto us. Ooh, nice. Welcome back. Hope you have a good snack. Oh, yeah, right. This is chapter 4.5. Ooh, nice. Not the biggest fruit fan, but hope it's nice. Ooh. I don't think these are ever fully explained. But I think they might indeed be EM humans, but I don't think if it's ever fully explained what these exactly are. At least not in this game. It's also, I believe, the first part in the Lonka arc that slowly moves us to chapter 6. I do actually have the art book, but if you could, please. Oh, there we go, it is actually explained. Which, it actually reminds me a lot with the way the jammers work, EMs, humans and all that stuff. If this wasn't a kids game, this would be a horror setting. Like, if you sort of strip out the fact that this is a kids game, if you look at what's objectively in front of you, you have aliens taking over human bodies and forcing them to do all kinds of things. You've got aliens fusing with other, you know, you've got lesser aliens fusing with human bodies, forcing them to be evil. You've got humans that can essentially turn humans into them. If it wasn't for the cutesy art style, the fact that this is a Mega Man game, this would be a horror game. And that's just the first game. The second and third game have more stuff that makes you question how these topics got the age rating that they did. Oh yeah, right, we first need to go and check the lift, I believe. I mean, it's definitely fun, but it's also you kind of need to avoid thinking about it too much. But to be fair, the same is true of Battle Network. Like, it's not as if Star Wars is singular in that. Like, Battle Network 2 has terrorism as one of their main plot lines. Oh, there's my Coke. There we go. I was like, hang on, I'm missing a bottle. Another way. There's more of those. I mean, to be fair, there's more in front and back of us and behind us. Also, the fact that Geo is slowly but steadily getting more decisive as well. Once again, it's like those small changes that slowly move the game forward in a very natural way. What I will say though is I do think the Jammer plotline gets pretty much resolved at this point. Mega Man was here. No, you have no idea. Come save me. I'm afraid that begging is not gonna help here. Talking about jumping, getting out of here, that is true. Get it by yourself. But to do something indeed. Oh, look at Luna slowly but steadily putting the pieces together.
EM wave change. Geostellar. On the air.
There we go. Board and speakers, yeah, and I think we do need to go from here because if we try to use the elevator, then we will just be blocked. At least that is from what I remember the rule.
Got you. Okay.
There we go. Good boy.
Wasn't even a contest.
Thank you for the zonies. There we need to go to class 5A. Is there actually anything here that we need to grab? Nope. Is there anything golden? No either. God damn it. If you want to know how quickly half hours go, well, we're almost in 1 minute. We will have our next ad break.
All out.
The time goes so fast when you're having fun.
How's this?
It's on, if any. As in... Oh, what page it's on? Okay.
Never let your guard down.
Oh, cool. Need to check it in that case. And while the ad break is happening, we are very quickly going to be fighting Libra skills. So, not necessarily because of, oh,
Right.
I want the content to be lesser, but because we need to do it anyway, so there we go. Yeah, that's sort of why I was also wondering, like, why, if anything was said about it. That's sort of why I was wondering as well. It definitely feels, once again, one of those accidental.
Okay, take this.
You're done for. You're done for.
Just kind of hoping to be able to get another one out, but
Goodbye.
there you go.
Never let your guard down.
I will take the Libra skills. And now we're gonna wait for the outbreak to end, which is in 22 minutes. Or 22 seconds, I mean, not minutes. And also, just for the sake of clarity, let's go over all of these. Thank you. But yeah, Sense 2, hit fire and aqua attack on the first and last row. There we go. Welcome back, everyone that was dealing with the outbreak. We quickly beat Libra skills because we're gonna need the cards. And in order to get to the post game, you need to beat them. So there we go. And to be honest, you can almost always find the former boss in one of the areas, new areas that is unlocked in this chapter. So that also makes it easier in this particular case. That is the one thing I will say. Is I have the what I do have decided to do. Good morning. Decided to do. Good right. One of the assist options that I've picked open is where you can see the boss.
Wave change. Geostellar.
Because otherwise it is. Luckily they're always out of the way somewhat, but it's still easier to just make sure that you are that you know where it is. Like that just helps with a lot of just not needing to search.
Pulls in.
Anyway, first of all, first things first. Luna, you can wait for a moment. I wasn't aware that the Echo Ridge Elementary had an anthem. It sucks. It's mostly just for my sake,
You
because
won't be getting out of this in
let's face it, some of the
give
design
you
choices in Star Wars have not aged gracefully. So something as simple as like being able to see where the additional enemies are, or the formal bosses, just a little quality of life thing that I personally enjoy.
Aha! Bring
Have some of this.
Thank you.
That's what you get for underestimating me.
And I do so love my Zennies. How much Zennies do we have? We are 20% of the way to getting the Gaia card. But there's always something else that we can buy. That's the problem. It's like, oh yeah, I now have 10,000 Zennies, but I could also get myself some new cards. Indeed. What we were essentially saying is the Star Wars is actively endorsing a capitalist mindset. But no, let's not actually go that far for once. Like, I'm willing to go far with my deep analyses, but I'm not quite going that far. Oh. Ooh. Well, someone actually liked the post. Cool. Ooh. You know, they didn't need to go all out with the sound effects. Like, they didn't need to go all out with those sound effects right there. Smack indeed. And also, once again, this is also an important moment where Geo actually for the first time needs help. Not quite rivals yet. That is kind of on the same wrong game. I do like the idea of there being a universe in which Geo just goes along with Rogue and is like, yeah, I guess you're right. You know, I guess I do look cooler serving, being buds with Rogue instead of Mega Man. But oh, one can dream. But no, yeah, it's once again like the thing is that the game from chapter 3 onwards essentially just becomes. Gives Geo more clear character development, such as in this particular mini chapter where he for the first time needs to be rescued instead of the other way around. As for my snack, not even sure what you called it. Point of it is fails being, which is good. Indeed. In the meantime, Luna is having a slight mental breakdown over what she's probably saying. Oh wait, never mind, she's knocked out. she never has to know. Ooh. I think if Luna could have seen the two of them together, that she would have had a slight mental breakdown. Which you do have to feel for Luna on some level. Desperately trying to gain the adoration of a person that just really isn't into her.
Ready to fight.
And she doesn't even know.
Got you.
Exactly. Fun fact, I actually had to stop using the dot in my titles because Twitch would freak out when I did. Like, I have a stream series called Thrive.politics because of my studies. And I had to stop actually, I had to actually stop putting a space between the dot and one of the names because Twitch would just not know what to do with it. Which is relatively annoying. Yeah, speaking of that, the next politics stream is hopefully sometime in never, to be perfectly honest. So long as the country isn't breaking itself apart, there is no need for me to suddenly once again start dealing with national debate. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much the idea. The thing about the politics streams is they happen when they need to happen, but not when you want them to happen. For those who don't know, because they might only ever see my gaming content. Well, one moment. Good lord, apologies. I almost choked right there on something. But no, yeah, for those of you who normally only see my gaming content, I am a political scientist in real life. I have a master's degree in international relations. And that means that whenever there is a national election in my country, I will be doing live streams where I live translate the debates to English. And during election night, we will have a little stream where we look at the results, discuss what the possibilities are, what has happened in the elections, what are the things that I noticed, what are possible routes forward, that kind of thing. So it's a way to sort of like give, first of all, it's mostly intended for people that live in the country but don't necessarily speak the Dutch language. But it's also just like if you're interested in how a different system might look like. If you're American, for example, it could be interesting if you're curious about how a multi-party system works, or just what debates in other countries look like. But yeah, the main rule of the politics streams is they happen when they need to happen, but not when you want them to happen. Because if they happen, that's a sign something has broken down. The next scheduled politics stream should be in 2030. If it happens before that point, yeah, my country is once again on fire in that case. Exactly. Also, speaking of politics, I don't talk about American politics unless absolutely forced to. Because no one likes that topic, everyone leaves the conversation angry. So it's a banned topic on this channel. Like, if you want to talk German politics, then I'll see if it's appropriate, I'll talk about it. If you want to talk about French or European politics, you know, I'll see if I can find some hole for that. But American? No, never. Don't bother. Like, there's a pretty clear no on that front. Because I leave the conversation angry, chat leaves the conversation angry. Also, speaking of people being angry, Luna would be very angry if she knew that Sonia had been here mere moments ago. I love the way that she's probably saying, "What are you doing here?" Oh, poor Luna. Oh, thank you. I'm trying to create a nice little chill, relaxed little atmosphere. Like, I just don't have the energy to constantly be full. Like, today is a bit of an exception, but there are days where I just don't really talk too much. Oh dear, Geo, you are meant to only commit these crimes when you are Mega Man. You're not meant to commit crimes when you are in your normal form. That makes you liable. I'm with Luna on this one. I'm with Luna on this one. Geo has no right to just go through someone's personal information. Mega Man has, but Geo hasn't. We're making that distinction here. There we go, and then we move into loneliness through neglect. Which is a bit different from the chapter that comes after this, because pet can also be very easily interpreted as neglect. But pet is abandonment, which is a different kind of cruelty put onto a person. Also, Luna is trying to be kind. And there are, to be honest, once again, this is something that has only become more relevant as society moved on. Because this wasn't really that big of a deal in 2007 and 2008. But in the last 20 years, we've seen so many children that have essentially been, that essentially were taught by YouTube, so to speak. You know, they essentially had YouTube as parents. What a big... So once again, this is the kind of thing that has become more real as after Star Force came out. Because so many parents nowadays need to work 2 jobs, or they can't afford to really see their children grow up. So it's once again one of those things that, like, when Star Wars first released, it was like a little future thing where, like, ooh, can you imagine? And now 20 years later, it's like, we wish we couldn't. Let's go.
Geostellar on the air.
Because I believe, I'm not certain how we can do the side quests. Oh, we haven't actually done her yet. One moment.
Star Force Dragon.
Thank you.
No time for slacking, kid.
Go.
also like to imagine with this particular attack that it's not so much confusion, it's just you know, being forced being forced into being an adoring fan for a bit. You know, not wanting to hurt her as a result. But that's just me. I'm weird.
How's this? Got you.
Also, surprisingly, depending on the kind of cards you have, this is actually a really good fight. The grind for the obstacles achievement. And I think once again later on in Star Wars 2, that will be the same.
Okay.
So it definitely works out there. There we go. I love it. I also, oh yeah, right. If you destroy enough of them, then she just has a turn when she's like, hang on.
You're done for. Goodbye.
I think that is almost a clean sweep.
We aced that.
Still, there we go. There's Harpnut. Which gives us 5 shot if activated in front of an enemy, 3 shot if not. But I'm trying to figure out how to do the little side quest that we have, where we need to use the pitcher. So let me just go in. See if I can interact with it in any way. Do we like need to use the card specifically? Because like the entire thing about the child is that he's like needs like someone to practice his fastballs with, right? Let me check the email again. I might need to look that one up because I don't know what you are meant to do otherwise. Wait, hang on, is that you? No. Let me actually look this one up just in case, because if it's something that we can't do right now, then I'd rather know about it. A moment. So let me take a quick look here. Help quest, there we go. Courage Elementary. That is not helpful. Mr. Garden used and so re-suffers too. Simon Washington also seems to be unfinished. Let me just take a quick look here. God, who? Other missions. Oh, this is the job suck. Okay, we need 2.3. Good lord, who knew that I would go to a Game Fox place of all places? Broken Promise, Lullaby Kid, Quiz Time. Oh no. He's on fire, delivery, doesn't this seem familiar? Got something, one and only, teacher, little inference. Let me see here. Pitch him out. When you're done, he gives you... Okay, so that's all you need to do. Okay. I'm a dub. I'm a dub. I was... let me rephrase it. I was right about what I needed to do. but I didn't ever quite get to the point where I actually did it. Where is he in that case? Well, let's see if we can find the child. Sometimes the answer is so simple that I feel that it makes me feel a bit dumb. Oh, you know what could be the answer? I might need to wait until tomorrow, because we're technically in a different scenario at the moment. Because it's technically afternoon, so it's entirely possible that the kid is currently not available to us. That actually could very well be the answer. Or he's moved. Well, first things first. Let's get ourselves Blazing Edge. Thank you. That's my cannon. I recover 50. Nice. I'm trying to remember where the number 10 is, but I think that one is actually surprisingly in the next chapter. Okay, no, yeah, we need to probably just wait for the next day, because we're technically in sort of like between days. Free this Sunday, yes. Geo, don't say no. No, Geo, don't. It's a trick. Or get yourself a good book. That also helps. I mean, to be fair, I absolutely hate shopping, so. Oh. What humans call adolescent? No, it's not. Adding another Pegasus friend. Oh, cool. Oh, this is what they call adolescence. No, this is just children being at the awkward age where they're confused. Especially when the parents overhears it. Smooth, Geo. Smooth. Wow, I am suddenly very beat. The one thing I am very... yes, exactly. The one I'm very happy though, there is no achievement for getting every single mat in Star Forest 3, mostly because it's already part of the post game, I believe. I remember that part. I hated it. Why did I force it onto myself back then? It's also interesting because I've seen so many parents do stuff like this for their children, because, you know, sort of the circles I happen to walk around in at times. And almost always later on, you hear them talk about how they're wondering why their children are no longer talking to them, and it's like, this is why. if you start treating your child like just an extension of you, then the extension of you will probably doesn't really want much to do with you as a person. Like, and especially when it's, I do understand that it's difficult, especially when it's done with the best of intentions. But there's a difference between doing something with the best, like children will know when something is done for the sake, because in the end it's better for them, versus when it's done for the sake of you. Except you come to my house. It's awesome. Oh, that's a great plan right there. Also, we're currently once again in a little ad break, so time for a moment of zen. Exactly, sometimes you just kind of need to let the music do its thing. I will say I am genuinely taking a bit of a longer break. I'll be right back. Please enjoy the music in the meantime. Once I have found it. And there we go, we're back. Good to every once in a while have a moment of zen where the ad break can go ahead, or where the break just allows for some zen. Thank you. Oh, yeah, something tells me you're gonna get a lot of use out of those emotes. Also, Luna, if you had told Bud, then he would have known. This is a problem that exists because you refuse to say something. That's just... And now I'm hang on, I'm curious now about the seminar to grow taller. I would actually love a seminar about how to become a bit smaller, to be honest. Being tall has its disadvantages. Once again, reminding people that I have an uncle that's not allowed into the military because he's too tall. To give you an idea of the rough length of my family. Now I only know because he tried and failed. Oh! Luna speedrunning the 100 meter sprint over here. Exactly. All that's missing is a T-pose. You know, asserting dominance over the car. Please tell me I can go into the school because I need to finish this side quest real fast. Yes, I can. Good. Please tell me the school is open. It's technically a Sunday. Please tell me you're open. Yes! Please tell me that you're there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Only one more thing. Need only one more thing. You are. Wrong person. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I've never seen this before. I never really did the side quest of Starbucks 1. Or if I have, I've long since forgotten. Oh dear. How? That he's not human. Got a blast cannon. I'm sorry, yeah, how? $195 miles an hour? No, don't! That ball would be arrested for going over the speed limit. Aha! We have found the Trivia King.
EM wave change. Geostellar. On the air.
Yep. To be fair, I am known for saying weird stuff. Silent actually a few weeks ago managed to when he said in chat that I treat international relations like it's a marriage dispute. It's just that well, I did not expect that one from him. Because I was going all pss, pss, to in another game that I was streaming.
We deleted them into next week.
Like that to be fair, that was a very fun stream. But like, speaking of which, no gold, no gold. Yeah, I might as well take a short moment to do some side questing. I'm a lover of quizzes. Sing the quiz theme song. Now there's a fun callback to Battle now. There's a fun callback to Battle Network right there. Which of these shoes will you wear in Ruin? It's 30. On A. 50. There we go. Got the... I'm sorry, we got the what now? Trio B comp. Okay. I feel like since we've been given this in-game, we can use it as the cipher list. Thank you. Like, part of the post game will be just us doing all of these side quests. I did have a quick look at the game, like the old Game Fox jobs thing. It's a surprising amount. We might actually reach 50 with Star Wars 1 alone. I mean, I can see that. You know, that would actually be a unique little thing. Also, I just want to say, I would love a future where we have chairs and tables like that. You know, the kind where you can just sit down without the need for anything. For a Checo. Exactly. Geo, a bit of a bowling freak. Just kind of occasionally looking around. Really delicious. Ooh. It's a real. Ooh. It's a yes. Anything goes. No, no gold for Mr. Powers. I might have watched all of Austin Powers recently. Also Geo's first, you know, technically not a date. Also, Luna is sneaking for once. Normally she lets other people do it. Luna, to be honest, on the rank of like Superstar and Luna, you're relatively far down. Can't blame Geo, I mean, he's talking to a Superstar. Apparently. So, you know, like, if Beyonce all of a sudden came to me tomorrow and went like, hey, do you want to go ahead and go shopping? Then yeah, my friends also are gonna need to wait for a bit. The only person stopping you is yourself. Like, I have seen that you can make stuff.
On the air.
Like, I mean, I can't. If the moment I need to draw a circle, it turns into a pyramid, but... you know, I've seen that you can make stuff, like... But, you know, I would pay for someone making a full move furniture set. It is genuinely terrifying. Thank you. Like, I try not to look too much at the face.
Got you. We aced that.
But yeah, like, I would absolutely pay for a furniture set that was essentially just move themed. Ice me Theo 2, yes, please.
Pulls in.
Ooh, cool. Do let me know the results, dude. Like, I saw that you made, you showed me what you made earlier. I'm like, fuck, man, I wish I had that talent. Like, my talent lies in learning. And connecting the dots. But, like, the moment I need to work with my hands... Yeah, no. Like, the second that my hands get involved is the second that the universe is just bracing for impact at that point. Okay, so there's one right here. And yeah, okay.
Star Force, Dragon.
Gonna get working on
All right.
cancel up first.
You're done for. Wasn't even a contest.
Oh, jet attack 2, nice. And another. Wow, we're getting a lot of HP. You can get a lot of HP memories in this place purely by just kind of exploring around. I think for one of the achievements we need to get 50 of them, which once again not sure if you can.
You better prepare yourself.
Okay, there we go.
Here we go.
And you can also see just how quickly I'm going through the fights, because it's partially muscle memory, but also partially because I don't need to think about card combinations so much. For 300 years, I'm trying to remember. Was there a Muay in Battle Network? Because that line makes me think that there might have been a Muay statue in Battle Network that was also spinning. Like, I'm not certain if there is, but that would be a cool little Easter egg in that case. exactly. And it just allows you that to just kind of focus on the fun part of these of the battles. Present, if you need any help. I get the feeling the presents are. Nice little lamp shading right there. Freedom and 5. Oh yes. This is matches only. Springs a trap when the enemy uses an element. Okay then. And I'll take the heat ball free. See, there we go. That is actually a nice little set of cards we got there. Oh. I love how Geo is like, what are we here for? I'm like, yep, that's me. I am Geo in this scenario. I am Geo in this scenario. Like, I go into a shop because I already know what I want. If someone comes up to me and goes, can I help you? In my mind, I'm going, I have figured out the shortest possible route from the entrance to the item to checking out, to paying back to the entrance. The only help you could give me is if you have an even faster route available for me. Which is genuinely sad, but I'm just not that much of a window shopper. It's also like whenever I go into a store and I just look around for 2 seconds, I just immediately feel guilty. Me specific. I mean, to be fair, like I do actually, because currently I only have track pants, or I only have track suits. I do need to get some new jeans again at some point if I want to, you know, once I get an in-job interview. But I've decided that I will wait with that until the moment that I actually have a job interview planned, because I know exactly what I want and I'm simple and easy at that. And before you ask, the answer to your query, which I'm sure you might have had at some point, is at the moment 20. The answer is I've got 20 tracksuits. Give or take. I might be off by 1 or 2. So, you know, if we're talking about special interests. Also, I'm seeing the current work in progress. Ooh, is that is that gonna be another little bit of furniture, or what's that gonna be? It checks out. You've known me for 48 hours, so you're like, yep, that checks out. Everything I've seen of this dude, yep, that makes. Like, oh, cool. I love that, like, in the 48 to 72 hours you've known me, you're like, yep, that's everything I've seen of this dude fundamentally checks out. You know. That's a good sign, at least. Like, you know what you're getting into in that case. Protos, special subtropical. Ooh, cool. I feel like having an exhibition on a roof is not safe, especially when snakes are involved, but yeah. Oh, they're cool shells, dude. And yes, if there was a Star Force pop-up shop, yes. Yes. Oh god. What stream did you dive into? I am so fucking... Oh, good lord. What stream did I say that? It wasn't Silent Hill, because that game scared me so much that I just wasn't doing my usual funny talk and just was more focused on trying to, you know, have the vibe of it all. What stream did you enter in that case? Must have been one of the other Mega Man streams, to be perfectly honest. Oh! Yeah, the pygmies are cute. You're also avoiding the question. But yeah, that is something that I like to do. Is I like to sort of like personalize the stream based on the mood. Like Star Force is a very, you know, more relaxed, more casual, laid-back vibe. But if I'm streaming something like Silent Hill, then the jokes will be a lot less, because you're trying to sort of buy into the mood that the game is trying to give. To be fair, I think it is literally in the intro as well, the trailer that I have on the channel as well. So, like, I have a rule that if a tracksuit shows up in a game, I need to judge it. It's... But yeah, I've got a couple of sentences that I prepared for this kind of thing. You know, when I try to do advertising. So far, highest rated was the Persona 3 Reload, with an average of, I think, an 8 on average for the tracksuits. Good lord. Oh, this somehow this is more terrifying. Like, this is just a head that's moving around. Like, I can visualize that. But this is a picture on something that clearly did not need it. It absolutely is. I disagree. Yes, mankind needs a reminder that there are worse things out there in the universe. Like, humanity needs the reminder. In a real jungle. I will say I do love jungle exhibits in zoos. Like, exactly. I will say though, the one thing I am not the biggest fan of is that since I wear glasses, they all get all... I was in a zoo with my sister a few years ago, and the moment we walked into the subtropical area, in the jungle area, like, I couldn't see anything anymore, and my sister was having a laughing fit. Like, it is genuinely like, you have like a little bit where you have like some reptiles, and then you walk into the actual jungle part, and immediately I start just trying to grab whatever I can find because my glasses are so fucked up. Like they're so full, so foggy, and my sister is having an absolute riot with it. So yeah, love jungle exhibits, don't necessarily like the effect they have on my glasses. And some fun little snake facts as well. Plus some bit about insects will feel like they've been struck by lightning. Oh no. You are not going to convince me that you are not 3 snakes in a trench coat. prefers dense wooded areas that can grow up to 15. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Anyway, the next ad break has been made very slithery. So enjoy with caution. There we go, and we're in the next ad break. That's one of the ways I try to sort of dampen the ad break, is by trying to have like a line ready. Oh, how sad. But yeah, I'd like to, at the very least, try to have, you know, have a little something at the ready for the ad break. Let's see here. I do very quickly need to, yeah, on something. But yeah, I don't need to worry too much about what the ads are. On average, if there is a funny ad, I will have people tell me. And there we go, welcome back everyone. A flood snake. Like to drag train to the water. Yeah, no. Snakes should be where they belong, which is nowhere near my country. This is a scale replica. Oh. Yeah, snakes, for as much as they look interesting, they should also be somewhere far, far away from my country. Like, I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a snake in the wild. I know there are like 3 types of snakes in my country. In fact, in the province right above me. But I've never seen one, and to be quite frank, in the wild, and to be quite frank, I'm very happy with that. Like, the most dangerous animal that we have currently in the wild is a wolf, and that's it. I genuinely live in the most boring country on the planet. Like, we have no earthquakes, we have no volcanoes, we have no dangerous animals. The only thing we have is the sea. We've already let it know who's really in control. Us. So yeah, this is like the most boring country ecologically. And I'm happy with that. It on the one hand, it is pretty great. On the other hand, I don't know what American state you do live in, but like Northwestern Europe isn't known for just about anything really. Like yesterday, I got told that our food isn't spicy enough, or that there are any spices in our food. You know, we don't get natural disasters. The worst we get is thunderstorms, which, to be fair, you know, the randomness of it is a fascinating problem we have. Oh, Washington. Oh, cool. I actually, I mean, unfortunately, we do kind of need to hit the politics here for a moment, but, like, if it wasn't for the current state of America, I would have loved... I always said that if I do go to America, I will go 3 times. Once for the Grand Canyon, once for the Pacific Northwest, and once for New York. Like, it is definitely a place that once America figures itself out, I would love to visit the Pacific Northwest. Like, maybe it's because I've rewatched Twin Peaks so many times, but just like the forests that you guys seem to have is just... I would probably be able to just walk around in them for days. Genuinely good. Like, it genuinely... Every single thing I've seen of Oregon and Washington just looks beautiful. Nature-wise. So it's definitely once sort of like America has sorted itself out, it is on, and I have the money for it, obviously. I absolutely want to go there at some point. Like maybe like, you know, sort of like have a base in Seattle and then just spend a week exploring the state. And obviously you also have the Grand Canyon because, you know, some things are just routinely... some things I just routinely need to be seen in New York because, I don't know, I know quite a few people that live in New York. Although I'm also smart enough to not be the ignorant European, and I'm like, you know, I should probably at the very least have like a week for each of those. You know, a week in, I mean, yes, but like, you know. Or maybe the Grand Canyon could be like a 3-day thing where I kind of also do it with like, I don't know, California or something like that, like something like Los Angeles. But yeah, like a week for the East Coast, week for the Pacific Northwest, and then a week for possibly Grand Canyon and the greater Los Angeles area. Like, that would be sort of like the itinerary if I had one. Like, if I just had infinite money and infinite time, then that's probably how I would do it. Because I have had European friends that were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to New York, and I'm gonna go to Los Angeles, I'm gonna go to Las Vegas. I'm like, how long do you have for these? Oh yeah, we'll stay. You know, we can do that in 2 weeks. I'm like, you can't. You really, really can't. Exactly. It's not the same. It's what I will also recommend to Americans to go to Europe. It's like, don't just be like, okay, we're gonna spend today in Amsterdam, and we're gonna spend today in Paris, and we're gonna spend today in Brussels or Berlin, and we're gonna go to Rome in those 2 weeks. Like, don't. Just take your time. You know, if you go to France, stay a full week in France. Like, really allow yourself to soak in the country. Not just Paris, but also the outlying areas or down south in Aquitaine. You know, take a week in Spain, take a week in Portugal, like maybe even 2 weeks in some cases. Like France and Italy deserve 2 weeks in and of themselves. Like Northern Italy alone is to a full good 2 weeks if you really just want to explore. So like, you know, like if you do want to go to a country, spend the full week there and don't just go to the main things. You know, also go to places where you as a foreigner wouldn't necessarily go to because you get to experience life. And life can be dull and boring, but, you know. Oh, cool. Well, given the fact that I live in the country north of Brussels, you're actually right in my area. You're about, I think, by train, it's like 4 hours to Brussels from where I live. It's like 90 minutes to Amsterdam, and then it's something like 2.5 to 3 hours to Brussels. Yeah, it's not even 90 minutes. It's just an hour by train to Amsterdam, and then 3 hours to Brussels. Yeah, it's exactly 4 hours by train. So you'll be right in the neighborhood. But yeah, in the meantime, we have been seeing what is can only be described as the worst parents in the universe. But, some cons possible. Castle. Ooh. My recommendation for castles is definitely Germany. I'm saying that as a European. We actually have a solid castle as well in the Netherlands. As for cons, I genuinely don't know much about Belgian cons. I know that TwitchCon is in Rotterdam. So that's a thing. Not that I ever go there, because, you know, tiny streamer that has like no reason to be there. And because it's like $300, I'm like, that in of itself is a big no. But that's the only con I really, yeah, you technically have Comic Con Netherlands, and Comic Con Belgium, but yeah. It really reminds me of the fact that as the low countries, we should probably know more about each other. It's like we are so focused on America as a country that we forget the fact that we are stuck on the landmass of Europe. Like, the best way to put it is this: more people in my country can tell you who the Prime Minister of the UK is than who the Prime Minister of Belgium is. Even though we share a direct land border with Belgium. And even though they speak the same language, which is also an important addendum. Like, it is genuinely... If I had my way with education in my country, that's definitely something I would change, is to be like, okay, you know, from now on, if you are gonna do international news, it's gotta be like 40% has to be from neighboring countries. Just so that, you know, we actually learn more about Belgium and Germany, instead of only focusing on America and the United Kingdom. Also, I've long wondered why, because every single FMian has always been relevant to Luna's, or not to Luna, but to sort of like the person in question, you know, Victorious being bullheaded, you know, the ugly duckling that is just Tom, you know, being an ugly duckling that wants to be a swan, you know, Harp Note is relatively obvious, Scales are relatively obvious, Gemini is relatively obvious. But I've always wondered why it was Queen of Fungia, and at some point as I was watching this just now, I sort of came to the realization that because she is being crushed by the weight of expectation. In the same way that a snake crushes the air out of the lungs of their prey, Luna feels as if she's being crushed. So it took me a while to figure that out, but it's as I'm seeing this again, it's clicking with me. I feel like you're moving too much in towards Christianity in that case. But I can definitely see... Because the thing is, normally with snakes, especially with the way that she is portrayed, I'm sort of moving towards seductress, but that obviously isn't the thing. Sometimes it's the obvious answer. Snakes crush their victims, and Luna is feeling crushed by expectations. Like, she can't be herself. What's also interesting is I think this is by far the shortest from actual change into going into the boss fight. Because the boss fight, because sort of like the dungeon itself essentially starts immediately. Yeah, Tom Dubious is the only one that I've never quite been able to figure out, but I'm sure there is probably a lot of literary reference that I'm just missing. Ignoring the obvious fact that he looks a bit dubious at the start. With the flap flap. Like, it's actually interesting how Queen of India is genuinely the fastest, because if you take the outside as part of the dungeon, then it essentially begins immediately. Whereas in other cases, it often takes, at a minimum, a full day before it all becomes clear. Six are extremely poisonous. Okay. I need to remind myself of what it is that I need to do. Trying to forget all about the icky thing with snakes. I agree, young girl. I would do the same.
EM wave change. Geostellar. On the air.
Oh yeah, right, because you first need to go in, then you need to go out, and then you move downwards. I was like, oh yeah, I need to immediately go into the igloo. No, wait. That is later. Okay, that's one. I thought I saw another one, some new. Let's see here. Ah, hang on. Ah, okay, I see the... Needed to figure out the route real fast.
Pulls in.
Although first, of course, we go ahead and go into the fun, happy for go fun panda. Because pandas are fun, and they're not
Show 'em
snakes.
what you've got, Geo.
Here I go. Have some of this.
See, the fun thing about pandas is that they are not snakes, and therefore immediately better. Also, red pandas are cute.
Take this.
We deleted them into next week.
Like, I have a red panda plushie, and it's just... they're so cute. Also, that's jet attack 3. Like, if someone tells me they do not think red pandas are cute, that's just a test that you're failing in that case. Oh, oops, wrong button. Ah, right, hang on. No faster way to do this.
EM wave change. Geostellar. On the air.
Red pandas are just it's the same with capybaras. Like, I kind of want to say, like, do you trust someone that tells you that red pandas aren't cute? Like, to be quite frank, I'm not sure if I could.
You better prepare yourself.
Go. Have some of this.
It's a bit like it's a bit like kicking a dog. Like the moment someone kicks a puppy, I don't want anything to do with them, and the same goes with the moment they tell me that they don't think red pandas are cute.
I'm feeling good.
There we go.
Pulse in.
Let's go and take a look around here. That is Moafal. I think they already got that. I'm not sure. Pointer is we've gotten all that we currently can get here, with the exception of you. No, let's not pulls out. It's been a while since we last got the mega weapon. May paralyze foe with charge shot. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, this is the. What the hell is this? Transfer level. Okay. I don't know. I'm like, I'm not sure what that is. But we will use that in the post game. Like,
Let's finish him off quick.
the way that I'm gonna be dealing with the games is I will try to do them OG as much as possible, and once we get to the post game, we will just use whatever we have available to us. Like part of the fun of these games is just, you know, playing them as they should be.
I hope I can get even stronger. Pulse in.
Also, Gideon, hello! Thank you very much for the raid. How were you doing? What were you streaming? Hope you're having a very good day so far. Hope you had a very good stream. I'll check out what you were doing later. Actually, let me go out. I mean, hey man, there's nothing wrong with that. There are no pity raids here. Let me go ahead and do a shout out to you as well. There we go. Oh. Let's try that again. There we go. Not sure what you were streaming, but I hope it was fun. And don't feel sorry for only raiding you with yourself. Ah, there we go. There's the heavy cannon. Good. We are starting to get. We are starting to get there, slowly but steadily. We are currently in what's probably going to be the last chapter of today. That way I can finish the base game tomorrow. So that way I can like just casually finish the base game tomorrow. Oh, cool. Stolen all my... Oh! Well, as long as you had fun, right? Thank you. Exactly.
You're no match for us.
There we go. Managed to get in. Snakes went crazy all of a sudden. Yes, they are very dangerous. And yes, we see here. The moment I saw this, I should have realized it earlier with regards to Luna, but yeah, sometimes you're blind to the obvious. There's me a screen of no, we shall not. Well, Unfortunately, I do not believe in queens, so I guess we need to start a revolution most French. He says living in a kingdom. Although to be fair, the attitude towards kingdoms in this country is, yeah, it's, you know, it costs so much to become a republic. Oh. Like I said, time to go ahead and remind her what we in Europe do with royals. Hehe. Although before we do that, yeah, that's the problem. That's a problem. That's a big problem. I don't like snakes. Have the snakes first, indeed. Someone out there does, so go ask them. Indeed! Welcome to not quite the dungeon yet, but the preamble. Led by a Netopian black rattlesnake. Oh dear. And yes, snakes indeed are cold-blooded. Turns out it costs a lot to keep a body warm. Know what to do. Whilst taking his lunch break, he should be on the first floor somewhere. I think I know where he is. Because I've played this game before.
EM wave change. Geostellar. On the air.
Okay, now I do quickly need to... Uh-oh. Oh, never mind, there is. Let's back up anyway. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me to hear that, Gideon.
Bring it on!
Like, it's always nice to know that people like to use me as their second or third screen of choice.
All right, that was great.
There we go. There's the grand wave. So it's always nice to, it's always appreciated to hear that. Oh, whoops. Although I will say I'm starting to get a bit tired, so we are ending it after. We are going to be ending it after this section, which is to say after we deal with Queen of Fungia.
Star Force, Dragon.
Also, we have ads in 1 minute.
Right. Let's
Have some of this.
There we go. It's a double delete that I wanted.
put up a fight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. Like, I actually was like, maybe I could go for 10 hours today, and I'm starting to get tired, and it's like, maybe not.
Pulls in.
My 2 weeklies. Oh dear. I could make a Snakes on a Plane reference, but I'm not going to. I am more highbrow than that. My references would be car-focused instead. But it's also very slippery and cold are these ads. Do enjoy them, but be careful to stay warm. And there we go. There's the next ad break. And don't worry, so like I said, after Queen of Fungia, I'm gonna be done for today, and that way I can go ahead and do the rest of the main story tomorrow. I will say though, the stream tomorrow is gonna be later because I've got a couple of late day appointments. I mean, later as in normally they happen in the late afternoon for me. What is going? Hang on, what's going on with my post here on Blue Sky? We got a minute. Damn it, Doc! I knew it was you. I mean, I didn't. But now I know. Let's go ahead and see here. I mean, to be fair, you know, you know the level of infamy I have when 4 people liking my post is considered a good day. Don't worry too much about that. Speaks back won't go. Yeah, but just very quickly doing that because this gives me time to go ahead and first of all, welcome back everyone from the break. Let me go ahead and very quickly check. Okay, how I am gonna be doing that. No gold, no gold, no, okay. Okay, I think I found it. That's Gatling 2. Do we have Gatling... Still using Gatling 1? No, okay, we are already using Gatling 2. Needed to check just in case. There we go, then we walk to here.
Here they come.
Go!
Come on, buddy. Come above ground. Just want to give you a nice left hook.
I was just getting started.
And then it is right here. Hiya, buddy. Why? Are you just happy to see me, or are you stuck in an igloo? Snakes all over. Oh, poor guy. That was those cards I needed right now. Yes. Now people's lives are at stake. Yes, they are. They're at stake. Sorry, I had to make one little sis joke. I didn't want the sissing joke.
EM wave change. Geostar.
I don't know. I can't sis like the way snakes do, which annoys me. I have a rather rolling ordo. Or it's sliss. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. It's lit. And you know. After all, we could have also gone with Lisp. There we go. We could have also gone with hello. Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes.
Let's go all out. Here I go. Here I
I
go.
can see it in your smile. There you go. There's an ad for you old people out there. me included. I feel like lisp isn't quite the right word because it's specifically about what snakes do. And I don't think they lisp.
All according to plan.
Also, I'm gonna be laughing my ass off at his. There we go. I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm also gonna laugh my absolute ass off if YouTube is gonna be restricting as because apparently if my voice is like, oh yeah, we have something that is been triggered now, and I'm like, I'll take that particular compliment. Which, let's be honest, it won't, but I would absolutely be laughing if, you know, I get a message from YouTube like, hey, we found something in the content ID, and I'm like, I'm not certain how to feel about it, but
Have some of this.
I will take it.
You're no match for us.
Anyway. Let's go ahead and go back to Snake Country.
Here we go. Take this. Here it goes.
I also, to be honest, I wanted to do the Adele version for that joke, but I couldn't remember the lyrics.
Go.
Wasn't even a contest.
Pulls in.
Anyway. I think we need to go... Let me see here. Which is... Ah, I see, right there. Because... Oh, wait, hang on, no, wait, no, remember, we need to first go... It really is... Oh yeah, right, we need to go ahead and, grab you. Then we need to go back here, and then we unlock the path to the dungeon. Why, yes, we are very persistent. No one has said otherwise. Also, that would be murder, and no jurisdiction will not allow you to get away with that. See, the babies have decided that they are in the mood for nap time. As we move into the dungeon. Real snakeness, yes. Yes, indeed. There we go. And then, because for a moment I was like, how do I get there? Oh, right, I first need to make the snake go sleepy. Not the person. There we go. And yes, the camera tool. It's one of the reasons that I'm not sure if Battle Network has the same tool, because it makes everything so much easier.
EM wave change. Geostellar. On the air.
Especially once we enter the point where we need to start hunting for golden, for at the minimum one golden one. Yeah, there are a couple of places in the games that, let's actually go ahead and slowly but steadily start running. Alright, hang on, we do. Oh, this will be so useful in this dungeon. I had forgotten about the fact I can activate running. Oh, cool. I had forgotten about this. This is gonna be useful in this dungeon specifically. Let's start zooming. Because you actually need to start outrunning the snakes. So the main gimmick behind this dungeon is very simple. We need antidote. It is somewhere around here. Be careful for the snakes once the antidote is found though. Seed ball free, thank you. Because as you can hear, there be rustling. Also, I think the normal enemy encounters are deactivated. While the snake encounters are active. So while you are searching for the antidote, you can be attacked. And obviously after the area is done. But when you've got the antidote, you can't. Which is just one of those things that was already in the first game, but it's one of those quality of life things where it's like, oh yeah. You don't really think about it until you wonder why certain things aren't happening.
Star Force, Dragon.
No time for slacking, kid.
Go.
Kind of want to say, like, isn't that like at times really you're getting? Also SP as well. Also, being dragon is actually an immense positive in here.
Have some of this.
In this dungeon specifically. Like, dragon combined with grass stage is genuinely very useful.
Never let your guard down.
Anyway, let me go ahead and take a look. Yep, that makes sense. One more. Yeah, I'm the kind of person that wants it exactly how I like it. Moblands 1. Thank you. We also still have a deluxe card, so I'm not too worried. There we go. Darby wrestling. Well, luckily for us we have some antidote, and that's already the first room done. That's a cat light, the ability to speed through. Thank you. And I think there are 3 runs. Like I said, I don't think it's until either Gemini or the very last dungeon that you actually have to deal with 4 at the same time. Or with 4, I guess, rounds? Rooms, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Go. How's this? Got you. Never let
There
your
we
guard
go.
down.
Some more zennies. I always forget which one it is. Oh well. Ooh. Yeah, no, we're going for the blue first. We are going for the blue first. Oh, it's you guys.
Let's finish him off quick.
How's this?
Ah, so close.
Go! Take this!
Come
Thank you.
back when you can put up a fight.
And we have plasma gun 2. Okay. I mean, yeah, no, wait, hang on. We do need to switch this around because let's just let them auto select. Thank you for being out, and now let's start the wrestling. That also gives us some time to get this. So there's gonna be more moments where the game is starting to psych you out. Which makes sense in the jungle. Like, not everything in the jungle is dangerous. Also love the little touch of the bananas down below the arena. Adds to the vibe. So let me just... There we go. Okay, so this time... exactly, classy little bananas indeed. This time around we have 2. Got one over here. And one over here. Speaking of which... Okay, so that's the last one. Well, let's go left first.
You better prepare yourself.
Thank you. It's also by far the longest section yet, and I think there's the one with 3 as well. Okay. Oh dear. Oh. In the normal game you would obviously not be running into them as much because when you're running, but thank you for the antidote. And now moving on to our right. And I'm not sure, I think there is gonna be one more with 2 and one with 3. Or there's only one with 3, that's also possible.
Here we go!
Also, Tower's Flame is gonna be very useful in the upcoming boss fight, I think. Especially if we can turn it into grass. We can more wrestling. Go through this again. Thank you. Yay, we did it! Into... Let's see here. We have 1, 1, and 2. Okay, so we've got 1, 1, 2. That is good. Just kind of worried there for a moment. Exactly, this is a group effort. You know, chat is helping. Chat is helping. you. I must admit that I kind of want to see where that leads. Thank you. Ow. Boy, we sure do love being poisoned on this channel. There we go, 3 more to go. I know, right? Well, Little Hurts is once again fine. I would actually pay quite a bit for Hurts plushie. I mean, obviously a Rogue plushie, but yeah, Little Hurts. I would also pay quite a bit of money for a Little Hurts plushie.
You ready, Mega? Okay. I'm feeling good.
You know, like they're so cute. Okay, let's see here. We have. Ooh, hang on. Do we have an? We do. Okay, we have an unlocker. Pardon me. Pardon me. Got the what now? The jam machine gun. Oh, these are the cards that they're probably talking about. In that case... You know what? Because we're not gonna go and use Andromeda. But we might as well. There we go, powered up, any game, use a bonus card. Yep. Anyway, let's get the jam machine gun. Like, I could just go for Andromeda, but where would the fun in that be? Like, in that case, you're making the game too easy for yourself. I mean, but, you know, more easy than it already is. Once we hit post-game content, then we can really start talking about just kind of using the cards as we see fit, because you're often going to be grinding anyway and just doing rematches. But for the main story stuff, we're not. Like just the overpowered builds come later. Anyway, there we go. One more barrier between us and the boss. Okay, so one is in here, which is... Okay. I mean, to be fair, it's a rather straight shot right here. Which I'm kind of glad about. Just need... Just keep running, running, running. Just keep running, running, running. Thank you. I will absolutely try to save your friend. Okay, let's see here. Ooh, yes, we will grab the blue one. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so that one is also relatively easy, but it's more so... That is... Oh, that's our first recover 50. I will take that. Yes, please. I will absolutely take the recover for 150. The fun thing is, what often happens, and we're seeing this again, I believe there is also meant to be a recover 100 somewhere. But I always, for some reason, get the recover 150 before I get the recover 100, assuming it exists. Oh, that's on me. I'm not certain if it jumps from 800 from 80 to 150, but I can actually check. Thank you. Let me check in the library. Yep, there is a recover 100, and for some reason I'm just not finding it. So looks energy. And we also got us. Yeah, I don't know. I know that it's somewhere, but the fact that it implies maybe somewhere in the school that we haven't found it, or where you can buy it somewhere. It's also almost midnight, dear lord. Let's talk business. You know, what is Geo in this conversation? Chopped liver? Oh, what's wrong, missus? Business negotiation tactics failed. Oh, shit. Anyway, say welcome, hello to Queen of Fungia.
No time for slacking, kid.
How's this? Got you.
There we go. I deliberately saved because I figured as much.
Have some of this. Go.
And keep the barrier for later.
Got you.
You're done for. You're done for.
See, that is what we have the barrier for. Those things. Oh wait, hang on. Why did I use invisible recover? Come on.
Star Force. Dragon.
I can't get more than 105 at the moment.
How's this?
Indeed. If only I had grass stage with me at the moment.
Go.
Ooh. Oh yeah, right. The Star Force Big Bang is very nice. Oh come on, seriously? Well, and that's Queen of India. I remember, I haven't so far not used any special cards. Like it is, the game is if you just kind of look around and you explore. There's only 2 chapters in the main story left. We will have one final ad break in a moment. Actually, no, we don't, because I can just snooze this. We don't have an ad break in a bit. And it's now officially Tuesday! Hooray! Yeah, I can do it 3 times a stream. So I often wait for it when I sort of know that I'm near the end of the stream. I'll just kind of use it for... so that we don't have a situation where it's like you need to sit through 90 seconds of that and then it immediately ends. Oh dear. Yeah, like if I don't see you anymore during the stream, it was absolutely it was a very lovely to see you, Soul, and I hope to see you during the other Star Wars streams as well. And do keep me updated on how the furniture is going. Like, I assume it was awesome because if it wasn't, you would have not stayed here. Also, poor Luna is about to have a slight heart attack. Oh, poor Luna. Poor Luna. She's kinda... Oh, poor girl. It's like they admit it. Well, I mean, yeah. What more proof do you want? But yeah, there we go. That is Luna's chapter done. A chapter very much about expectations and how they can be forced on people. Oh. Straight up you. I mean, you could at least use his name. There are feelings for you, yes. Because you know, all of my secrets. Oh no. Yep, the secret of a single dot. And float. Yep, nullifies all panel effects, which is very useful indeed. Exactly, Luna. Why did you come here? Also, let's go ahead and snooze that again. Oh. Ooh, that is... I kind of like that. I kind of like that, so if I could use that as a replacement for Twitter at some point, but for the Twitter logo I have on the Twitch. It was a bit of a poisonous snake. We were busy ensuring Luna that was safe. Also, that is bribery, Sonia. That is... No, blackmail. That's blackmail. And yeah, it turns out Pat has a bit of a different side to him. Okay, there we go. Got control again. Let's check the email real fast. It's a little quieter, I agree on that. Anyway, let's go ahead and save. And let us move over to the outro. I want to thank everyone that joined in today, and Burn Crow especially for the raid as well. As Gideon for the raid as well. It is always lovely to see that. More Star Force, hopefully later. I mean today, I guess, because it's technically 2 minutes past midnight. 8 minutes past midnight. Hopefully today we're going to be finishing off at the very least the base game of one and move into the post game. Maybe, not sure. Not sure how much. I think the post game, the last 2 chapters. The next chapter is long, but the chapter after is shorter, I believe. Either way, thank you all for joining me today, and yeah, tomorrow hopefully more Star Force in our quest to get every single achievement. Have a good night, everyone.